and salutations.
Good evening, everybody. How you doing? Welcome in. Ikilic, Blue X, Interplastic. How are you doing this evening? Good to see you all here tonight. It's Leisure Suit Larry3 time. I have to fight the dreaded maze. So I found something, before I get started, I found something that's kind of funny. Really super cheap And yeah, it appears, the best I can tell, this was actually the original DOS release and not a later release like the box set that I have that comes with the videotape. And the files on it have a different age on them. Can you believe that? So I was curious to see if it worked. It's flawless. The discs are flawless. I only paid a few bucks for it at a Goodwill of all places. It was mixed in with all the audio CDs. Had a sticker on it, of course, which I was able to peel off and clean up without damaging the cardboard. Whoever owned it must have, well, I guess played it and maybe put it away and never touched it again. Wolf Soul, hey, it's good to see you. So, yeah, maybe Seventh Guest will be in the future, another Halloween stream. I really enjoyed Seventh Guest. 11th Hour, on the other hand, oh. Once you get past the theme song, the rest was very questionable. And of course, totally different subject. I guess everybody is aware. If you're not, you will be now. You know, Ozzy Osbourne passed away. At least it was announced a couple hours or a few hours ago at 76, just 2 weeks after a record-breaking $150 million, I think was the total fundraising concert. I think it was $150 million. If somebody wants to correct me on that, please do. But I believe that was what I read. I remember he was doing a charity concert for his finale, his retirement. It is a shame when they put stickers. Yeah. So, yeah, that was really sad. Because, you know what? I still, I look at somebody like him, and even he said it years and years ago. He couldn't believe he made it this far in life. Not necessarily in his career, but just survived what he had done to his what he'd done to his body in the 70s and 80s is legendary, really. It's a shame when they put stickers on stuff, having to be really careful when removing them. You know, LGR made a video about them. Yeah, indeed. Definitely lived the life, the absolute maximum, and he managed to make it to 76. That's impressive. Seriously. But yeah, so I'll tell you what I did, because the sticker thing, and I know this, I'm going to flip back and forth on subjects. Chat's always a little behind on me, and you know me, I like to bounce all over the place. Just ask Coffee. She'll tell you the same thing. Hey, Pi, how you doing? But yeah, so this is a paper cover, and the discs, as I said, were flawless. There is absolutely not a single mark on the read surface or on the outside surface. The only real issue with it is this is starting to lift off, which is a relatively easy thing to fix if it really becomes a problem, but I'm not going to touch it. Both of them are the same way. There's even still some tension here, like it still wants to flap close. So the spine hasn't even been broken on these discs. They may have never played it. However, again, I believe this was actually the original release of the game, not the later releases that came out, after the game had made its name. Hey, Yuguni. Nuke for Prez, good to see you as well. But how I remove the sticker. Okay, so this is going to depend a lot, I think, on the types of stickers you put on there. But the type of sticker that was on here, I got the impression had been on here for quite some time. Even though I visit that Goodwill with relative frequency, I know it wasn't there, at least not on the shelf. The last time I was there, which was probably about 3 weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, something like that. But the glue itself had become unstable, kind of rubbery, if anything. So when I went to go peel the sticker off, of course, being really careful not to peel and tear the actual paper cover, but also I want to get as much of that residue off as possible, and that was the part that became an issue. I couldn't get the residue off by peeling the sticker back. And then sometimes you can, of course, take the stickers off. Once you get the stickers loose, you can just take that old sticker and just roll, just lay the sticker down on it and roll it up really carefully and peel the rest of it off. It'll just come off with it. It'll pull its own glue back onto the paper. That wasn't working either. What did work, and I was a little worried about doing this initially because this type of tape can oftentimes tear the paper, so your mileage may vary, was just regular old Scotch tape, just like that. And I would take, it took me like 3 or 4 little pieces about yay long. And I did the exact same thing. And it worked like a charm. And it didn't tear or bubble or blister the paper at all. because sometimes that'll pull the paper up off the cardboard. It's been I've dealt with in the past on some things. It looked great, and of course the rest of it I just had to very carefully using a dampened microfiber cloth to just clean the paper up without causing it to bubble or blister, and then dry it quickly so that it didn't soak into the cardboard. You don't want it soaking wet, just dampened enough, and you just keep wiping and wiping and wiping until you get the dirt off of it. It was kind of dirty. I mean, it had some grime on it, maybe sat in a box in a garage or something, or a basement somewhere before it got delivered. You read this biography, your I Am Ozzy, for your English class as an adult cause your teacher, as an adult, because your teacher was really cool, let you borrow the English version of it. Oh, cool. His deal with the devil, also other OG members of the band did it with maximum. Some of those stickers can feel like they've been super, yeah, and that's kind of the way it is. Sometimes you just don't have any luck at all. Like the only thing you can really do is try dampening the if they're paper stickers, dampen the paper sticker enough to kind of soak down to the glue, and you can peel the sticker off. You got to be careful not to soak the paper cover. Like you want to kind of soak the sticker, but not the cover itself. That's the trick. And then you can more or less peel or tear off the rest of the paper sticker, and you might be able to do it with the rest of the tape. But at the end of the day, there's a good chance that you could leave behind enough crap there that you can't peel it off. It just won't come free. And it might look even more unsightly than it was. I got lucky this time. I'll just put it that way. And on plastic, no big deal. I can almost always get it off with plastic. Rubbing alcohol or something like that usually works just fine. Careful of anything that could possibly soften the plastic, like acetone might soften the cover. Your brother had lent the Swedish translation, which you were going to read, but she happened to have the book with her and let you borrow it. Man, the stuff him and the band did back in the 70s days. I remember, even when I was in high school and he was really at his legendary peak, because this was in the 80s, like maybe, I don't know, when I was latter years of middle school, because that was when all the kids were getting into, I guess, the late era punk, and heavy metal was at its peak. Metallica and Quiet Riot and all kinds of bands like that were really popular in the mid 80s. And I remember just hearing the stories, because they would probably read them out of a magazine. Maybe their dad bought the magazine, or an older brother or something like that bought guitar magazines or rock magazines, or even bought them themselves and read them. But they would always talk about, oh man, did you hear what Ozzy did? That kind of stuff. He was one of those that I heard all the time, some kind of a story whenever they came up. Him, and I remember even in elementary school, Kiss was another one of those bands that was always stories, but of course they were tied into the whole satanic panic thing. Oh, there's the thunder. We're not supposed to get a storm per se here. Just a quick note before we get started. We're not supposed to get a storm here until later tonight, like after the stream. At least that's what I saw last. However, welcome to the southeast coast in the U.S. In July, August. It might happen. Yeah, we start getting it. It starts in like May, and then really up until, I guess, late July is usually when it starts to ease up, and then we get nothing for a month. Yeah, and then we get all the tropical storms. So there is a possibility that I may have to end early. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully, I want to get through this maze. It's what we're stuck in now. Your brother had, yep. So, but again, I was really, really surprised at how well this CD came out. And looking at the file dates, which was the most fascinating part, because I do have the box. And so I pulled the discs out of this one. Funny thing is I couldn't rip the second CD of this, even though these discs are flawless as well. I could copy it, but it wouldn't let me rip the ISO image from it. Just some kind of weird glitch. It's not uncommon. It happens every now and then. And but the file dates on it, on this one, the newest file was from July of this year. In fact, I think your birthday, Coffee, I think it said July 23rd. I'm talking about file dates on these discs. Just thought it was rather ironic. But it was sometime this month of 93. And on the box set that I have, it was, I think the newest file date was November of 93. Same files. There's also less files on the box set than there is on this other CD set that I just picked up. Not really sure why. Saw Ozzy only a few weeks ago at AVFC. Never thought he would be dead. I mean, really, you just never know. But I know he had been in pretty rough shape. And I listened, somebody had posted a video of Crazy Train and listened to part of it. I mean, from what you could tell on a live concert, somebody filmed with their phone. It was kind of hard to really know for sure exactly how it sounded, but he still sounded pretty strong. I mean, considering, nice, another summer birthday you have in 6 days, Wolfsoul. Nice. Villa Park, that is Ashton V. Killa's home. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Home ground. Gotcha. You had a torrent rainfall today while you were at work, but it's still warm, so it dried up really fast. It does that here occasionally. Oh, Villa. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was Villa or if that was intentional. Sorry, Susie. I wasn't trying to be stupid. I just realized I need to clean my glasses. I'm meaning to do that, and I forgot. So, yeah. Anyway, Leisure Suit Larry. I don't know how much is left of this. Leisure Suit Larry 3. But when we finish it, next up is Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. And what I'll do is I'm going to go back and forth between 2 Sierra games and a LucasArts game. We're going to do Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, and then follow that with King's Quest 5, because I've never played 5, and that's the next in the list. So I'm kind of excited to play that one, because it's new to me. And then we'll do Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, and then we'll do, what was it? Leisure Suit Larry 4, I guess. Or 5, because there is no 4, pardon me. He can't count. In Leisure Suit Larry, the search for the lost floppies, or whatever he called it. That'd be funny if it was really just a typo and they were like, oh man, we somebody put 5 on there. It was supposed to be 4. They just left it. That was the Back to the Beginning farewell concert. Yeah. So you were at that concert. I actually saw video footage. Now, like I said, it was just somebody in the audience, but it'd be funny if it was you. So you were at that concert. Is that right? That's really awesome. I mean,
greetings and salutations.
Hey, Lazy Crypt, how you doing? It's one of those, I kind of I still regret to this day not going to see Genesis back in 2007. I had an opportunity to go do it, and I didn't. And that was the tour where Phil Collins' back gave out on him, basically, and he's, had pinched nerve issue or whatever it was that he had, and he hasn't been able to play drums ever since. So he was retiring anyway. I mean, they did 2 farewell tours. That was the second of them. And, so he was kind of forced into final retirement at that point. Allo said he would not make a Leisure Suit Larry 4, and it is called the Lost Floppies, then it goes to 5. So why not, though? That's all I'd always wondered. Why didn't he want to do a 4? Why did he skip it? Like, that was the question I always had. Yeah. That's really, really impressive. Yeah, July 5th. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. They lowered the keys in a few songs in 2007 to make it easier for Phil's voice, I think, even then. It wouldn't surprise me. I know, his voice got weaker throughout the late 90s. And I always wondered why. Some singers you can tell, you can hear when their voice, like Paul McCartney's voice, despite the fact that he never stops. Really never stops. His voice has gotten weaker. Ringo Starr, same band, roughly same age. He still sounds really strong. I mean, you listen to him in an interview now, and you'd think, wouldn't hear much of a difference between now and, say, 1990. And singing-wise, he's still just as strong then, too. Well, for Ringo Starr. But, no, actually, he does really well. But Ozzy, I mean, he did so much damage to his body over years. I mean, had to have been some loss, KQ5 was your first King's Quest. You played the NES version, which left a bit to be desired, but later played the PC version and loved it even more. Nice, Armiker. Not sure your friend had a physical copy of the collection back in the day, with the manual having some of the fun text about tearing Larry away from keyboard and stuff. That is from where you know the name. Yeah. Oh, well, I've got that. Actually, I've got the CD that has that. You might be referring to that. And there is a folder for Leisure Suit Larry 4, which is the funny part because, there is no game. I trot this out every once in a while. This was the greatest hits and misses. And it comes with a bunch of stuff. It doesn't just have the games. There's actually a bunch of other content that he put out with it. We'll minimize that for a minute. Yeah, LSL4. So I'll show you the README file. It's just funny because this is what he had to do. Yeah. So the README.txt from the folder that's in there, Leisure Suit Larry 4, The Missing Floppies by Al Lowe. No, it's not here. No, it's never going to be. Why? I never wrote it. Why not? I didn't want to. Besides, who says sequels have to be done sequentially? That's why it really makes me wonder if it was intentional. Like he wrote the wrong number, or somebody sent it to the publishers and they typoed or something like that, and he just ran with it and said, you know what, I'm Al Lowe, nobody will even notice the difference. Larry 3 has a pretty interesting ending. So you just assume he felt there was no need for fourth game? Maybe that's it too. I don't know, but I've always wondered. But let's see. But if you're interested in what else is on this disc, which it's kind of silly. There's a Leisure Suit Larry pinball machine, and that's not even the funniest thing that's on here. A pinball game. There is the video game. Well, the text adventure. Referred to as soft porn, which was basically what Larry was built on. And let's see. That comes on the disc with it as well. Caution, this is an adult game. If adult themes bother you, don't play. And it's just text adventure like Zork. Supposedly the puzzles came out of this. The puzzles that are in this went into Leisure Suit Larry 1. Al Lowe created Leisure Suit Larry as a way to turn it into a more accessible story or something like that. Let's see, what else do we have? So yeah, the pinball game here, which runs in Windows 95 just fine. I think it was for Windows 3.1. There's sound effects. So why they're here, I don't know. Let's see. It's like real cartoon stuff, too.
Want a hint?
Hey, Mr. Caretaker, how you doing?
Testing.
You're on to bed, Susie. No. Hey, you got to redo your streak. Missed last Tuesday, so oh no. Night. Good night, Susie. You have a great night. Get some sleep. Let's see. There was other stuff. Of course, there's this charm. And yes, that's...
People ask me how you make a game. I say you sit down at the computer and you stare at the screen, and a year later you stand up. On a girly close-up
There he
or
is.
something? Yes. I didn't know why I needed an Apple II, but I just knew that if I got one, I could make it pay for itself. And I suppose I have. I think, and of course,
that's probably,
my
yeah.
psychoanalyst has helped this a lot, that Larry is the outside life that I never had. Larry's really big with psychotics and prisoners, and no. There's no limit to the amount of embarrassment that I can put this guy through. As far as I know, I'm the oldest computer game designer in the world. A lot of the characters in Leisure Suit Larry come about because I'm a jazz musician and I play a lot of clubs. And,
yes, he does.
you see all
He
kinds.
appears in
real
2
fun
and
to
3.
Base
Hey, Skyfall.
those characters on the people that I have observed working the environment. There's been a running gag with Ken Williams. I needed a drunk to put at the bar, and Larry won. And so I thought, gee, who better than somebody that I know? Ken keeps telling me that the next one could be the last one. In Leisure Suit Larry3, he was the chief of the native tribe.
Hey,
he was in that when he was Chief Kenny Wawa. And he made you prove your manhood by forcing you to write a program in assembly language. What I'd like to see is a game where the player sits down in front of his computer.
Freddy Farkas, look at that.
The video camera captures his face, and we take that face and put it on our characters, and you become the star. Wow! It's a hell of a way for a grown man to make a living, I'll tell you that. I've had a wonderful life.
Right, Armiker?
It's a very godlike feeling. No matter what I can dream up, Sierra has the talent and the artist to produce that silly little world and those silly little actions. And the best part is I can make people laugh.
He is an absolute maniac, isn't he? Of course, in order to watch this video back in, 90, 4 or 5, whenever this disc was actually released, you had to install and run this program. You just play it back in VLC. It works fine. Let's see. We've got the Laugher utilities, which you actually could see in the background. He had the box for Laugher utilities sitting on top of that stuff. These are for like printer utility stuff. Not that it's any good now. They didn't really have much of a purpose. I installed it on the Windows 98 machine at one point just to see what was there. I think it was written for Windows 3.1. It was actually pretty cool. I wouldn't put it on anything I owned. I forget what in was. Excuse me. Was there a README for this? Yes. Imagination Workshop. Yeah, okay. Common Problem Solutions. Can't hear the modem dial. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that was that. And, of course, there's part of the AVI stuff. And the demo here, Freddy Farkas Frontier Pharmacist, is also included, which I've never played. I've seen people play it, and it absolutely looks hilarious. Hey, Dark Max, how you doing? Imaginary X-Men, how you doing? Some names are sorely missed, yeah. You remember playing Sierra games like Shadow of the Cerberus and Twinsen? Twinsen, yeah. Twinsen I have. Back in the day was fun. Requirements for running and installing FPFPCD demo, Windows 3.1 or better. So we'll have to try that one out sometime. Playing those games online with other people was such a novelty. It really was. I mean, the early days of multiplayer gaming. Let's see. This is more of another AVI, I think. I forget what this was for.
The very first question I wanted to ask you was... wir haben mit einem Psychoanalytiker über Larry gesprochen. Meinte, du müsstest ein ziemlich interessanter
I don't know why it's in
Charakter
German. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. If Gregor was here, I'd get him to help us understand it. And then Arcade, I forget, this was Crazy Nick's Budget Picks. Leisure Suit Larry, thank you for purchasing this game. We hope you are enjoying tackling it all. There's an install program, blah, 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 blah. Forget what all came with this. I don't remember exactly what was on here. This version of Crazy Nick's Budget Picks does not support MT32 or LAPC or the Creative Music System Game Blaster card. Nope. In that case, then go away. But anyway, so yeah, that was the disc. It also makes a really big point here, and this is something this is why I've been playing these in ScumVM specifically. Important, let's see, where was it? Yeah. Don't get scared when you see only a few programs listed when you run setup. While some of the games run from Windows, most must run from DOS. The early games were never meant to run under Windows. Why? I thought it was just a passing fancy. Who knew? Other things like the Laffer utility and the AVI video clips can only be run from Windows because they work better there. So this is one of those discs where it was kind of weird. They had stuff that had to be run in Windows and stuff that had to be run in DOS. And this means that it really was only valuable up until probably 98, 99. And then when ME came out and DOS shell was starting to kind of vanish away from Windows, and by XP it was gone completely. Almost none of what was on this disc would work after that. You had to have DOSBox or some other format. But they get real flaky. They get real flaky if you try, and even mentions it here, somewhere down here. I think it was under troubleshooting or something like that. Technical notes. That's probably where it was. But he makes a big point of calling out the fact that some processors are just too fast, and it causes problems. But yeah, it's pretty extensive. Even tells you what all's there. Leisure Suit Larry 1 and the Land of Lounge Lizards 256 VGA. Point click. 640K. Full mouse support. MT32. Sound Blaster. And most compatibles. And so on. So it's kind of nice to see. Even has a mention here. Leisure Suit Larry 4. The missing floppies. What Larry 4? See README for further information. Video supported? Yeah, good one. Memory required. Good one. 3.5 megabytes. Who needs that kind of space? And how you doing, Jill? Look at this one though, Larry 5, 8 megabytes, enormous. I guess that was 5. 6 is DOS or Windows. And that's the first and only one on the disk that is really meant for DOS or Windows. I think 5 is still just DOS. But 6 includes General MIDI. I don't know who General MIDI is. I've heard of Colonel MT32. Colonel Panic also. Bullfrog, Blue Byte. Now we see PNGs that are larger. I mean, seriously. Bullfrog, Blue Byte, Westwood, even quests from them, Legends of Carandia, Sierra Microprose. Some of them do make comeback a little bit. Yeah, but for those who do, it's so sad they have to go. Interplay. Hey, Final. Did I see the new ZX Spectrum on KS that's officially licensed? On KS. Comes loaded with ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64. KS, what KS? KS? Here, I'll help you out with that one, Dark Mex. Oh, Kickstarter. Kickstarter. Okay. Really? Good. Oh, I was going to say, what? Sinclair ZX Spectrum next. The evolution of the Specky computer now expanded into the world of Sinclair QL, C64, and more. I like their mock-up here. I guess that's some mock-up. Trying to capture a little bit of the Commodore and modernizing it some. The video is amazing, totally worth showing. We'll do that then. They've been successful multiple times, yeah.
Arcades, Dungeons and Dragons, awesome music, cool friends, and great home computers playing some of the best games ever made. What could we do to live some of those moments again? Or even better, what if we could relive those times with better graphics and sound?
I figured as
Remember
much,
the
Dark
noise of
Max.
that first loading screen?
I even thought it was a bad joke.
This
was
is the
too easy.
original ZX Spectrum computer, one of the coolest machines ever created. Its incredible popularity in the 80s meant that more than 15,000 games were made for it. Some of them seminal titles that shaped the games industry as we know it today. It's a beautiful machine that punched way above its weight, especially considering it was one of the cheapest computers ever made. And this is the Sinclair ZX Spectrum Next, its official successor. This is a computer made by the Speccy community for the community. It's fully compatible with the original ZX Spectrum. You can even load games from cassette tape if you want.
Wow.
But it boasts a ton of enhancements to make life easier and far more powerful, like SD card, storage, better graphics, 9 sound channels, accelerated processor, Wi-Fi, the list goes on and on. With the ZX Spectrum Next, you can run any of the 15,000 games that the Speccy had, and also play more than 200 new games and applications that were made just for it. Games like the new Head Over Heels Deluxe, the best version there is out there, or say, Saboteur with improving graphics. You can also play completely original titles.
I remember
such as
Saboteur.
Delta Shadow and Shower Adventure. And if you feel like composing music, next door. You can also compile your own C code natively with a Z and C compiler. You can compile in BASIC. The list goes on and on. And if you heard about the ZX Spectrum Next before, it's because this is our third Kickstarter campaign for this lovely machine, following 2 very successful crowdfunding campaigns that shipped more than 10,000 Next around every corner of the world so far. And we are not done yet. This time, with the ZX Spectrum Next Issue 3, we are creating an even better computer with several times the capacity of the original, enabling you to work not only with all the Spectrums out there, from the humble 60K to the Plus 3 and Pentagons, but also other powerful machines like the Sinclair QL and even the Commodore 64. Oh yeah, you heard that right. The Spectrum Next can now also work as a Commodore 64 with officially licensed ROMs included in the box. All in hardware, no emulation inside. It's like having a C64 inside your Spectrum Next, which sounds super weird, but it's cool as hell. Check out the page below for all the new features of the Next Issue 3. Games, ideas, the community, the people behind the project, tons of questions and answers. This should be the best of all Spectrum Next Kickstarters. Now that our beloved computer has tons of new games and apps for you to try, and is super mature with tools from you to build your own stuff. From solo hobbyists to enthusiast developers, the community is now developing everything from action-packed shooters to RPGs. I hope you join the coolest retro computing community on the planet, and thank you very, very much for supporting the ZX Spectrum Next. Without you, this incredible computer just wouldn't exist. Back the ZX Spectrum Next Issue 3 today and be part of this incredible legacy that is the ZX Spectrum. Thank you.
The Spectrum Next, when I took it out of this beautiful box when I first had it as a KS1, and I'd already had the dev pod as well and played with it for ages, which was a uniquely brilliant experience. I felt exactly like I did when I took my Spectrum out of its box all those years ago.
I'm doing some programming in BASIC and some toying around, and I just like the great system. Keep up the good work, you guys.
This time we brought you upgrades for KS1 and KS2. We also brought the port-only option, backed by popular demand. And not only that, as an extra bonus, we have the option of a translucent purple case. It looks kind of like this, but better.
This is my Spectrum Next. We all have a nostalgia for the machine that introduced us to a whole new world and kick-started the careers of a generation.
It's good fun. As simple as that. Simply put, case free Kickstarter. I'm in, and hopefully see you there.
That's really cool. Yeah. That's something I would love to actually get. I've always wanted to play. There's so many good games on the C64, and Saboteur. I don't know if maybe I saw somebody else playing it at some point, but as soon as I saw the graphics, I went, "Oh, I know that game." And I feel like I've even played it, but it had to have been way back when. I don't know exactly. Either way, that's still really cool. Man. Since you ordered the purple one? Never played either system and always wanted to. Yeah, so did I. So badly I wanted to play it back then. I only knew one person who owned a C64. And I wasn't allowed to touch it because it was their parents, and they were like, "No, you can't touch it. It's gonna, Am I gonna go for the OG experience too with a 30-minute load time? You mean plug in a cassette tape, hit play, and wait for it for 4 hours to finish downloading the tape? Not really 4 hours. With authentic awful keyboard. Hopefully it feels better, but I was watching him press the keys they had that close to the keyboard, almost parallel to the keyboard camera view, and I could already tell it's definitely chiclet key style, that really short membrane throw. I do not like those. So yeah, it looks like they're gonna have awful keyboard. Never had a Specky, but you'd like one of those. Yeah, Winter's Lace, how you do it the same way. I would love to have one of those. Keyboard brings up long suppressed memory of childhood. Emmy Cat, how you doing? It's no more than $69, right? Actually, how much is it? Out of curiosity. I don't know where in the world you would be able to order it from here, if you can. You used the 386 when you were 5. The 8-bit era completely passed you. $400. All right, well, on to Leisure Suit Larry3. No, seriously, that's really awesome. I mean, considering what you're getting, especially for, it's essentially a console, but more. It may not be a modern computer, but it's a console that still plays old games. So if you're a collector, especially from C64 and ZX Spectrum, or for everybody else around the world outside the US, ZX Spectrum, you've got that as an option too. And I think that's really awesome. If you're a developer of games, retro style games on that same system, even better, apparently. You don't have that kind of cash to burn, right? Sadly, this was a big purchase for me. And like I said, it was only a few bucks right now. Used to spend a lot of time on the C64. Not all of that holds up today, but a lot of the library is still perfectly fine to play today. Well, it was just like anything else. There was so many games that came out for it. I heard about it all the time. I remember the commercials. I remember hearing people, the kids talking about it at school. I only actually physically saw one friend that had one. And they showed me Missile Command and some flying game and who knows what else. I don't remember. That game creeped you out, Rays. Well, I've got the box for it here. But I happen to be in a Goodwill. That one came out maybe a year or two, possibly even newer than the original. This is the original, apparently, DOS release of it. So I picked that up because it was in a Goodwill for nothing. And I thought, well, and it was in great shape. There's not a single scratch. But I played it before we streamed it. And then I played 11th Hour right after that. And I spent the next 6 months in therapy for the mental trauma of such a horrible game. Kidding, I really wasn't. But it wasn't a great game. The second one wasn't. My brother had a C64. They used the CRT TV as a monitor, which was the whole point. Yeah, supposedly you just use composite out or something like that, or component out, whatever, as a monitor. You remember one of the games, Bard's Tale? Yeah. C64 had one of the first survival horror games with Project Firestart. One of your favorites for the system. A shame 11th Hour was so bad. Guess it's good you could never get it to work. The thing about 11th Hour, Rays, is that it wasn't as creepy. It wasn't really creepy at all. The best part of it was the theme song that plays in the menu. However, a lot of the puzzles were basically refreshed, and it just didn't have the same character that Seventh Guest did. Seventh Guest really was a far better game by comparison. But it didn't matter because Graham Devine went on to work for id Software after that. and doing stuff like, I think it was with Quake 3, I think is when he joined, or right before, a year or two before. Maybe right around the time Quake 2 came out. I don't remember exactly the exact timing on that. But anyway, so it is time to get through this silly maze. Still haven't played Project Firestar, but you want to. Well, if I ever manage to get independently wealthy, I may seriously consider getting that. That would be a really cool way for me to finally get to play some C64 stuff, because it's one of those, like I said, I always wanted to play one. I always wanted to play on one, even back in the 80s. Just was one of those things. To me, that was cooler. That was cooler than the NES. That was cooler than the Atari 2600. Of course, the 2600 was pretty old by that point. 6, 7 years old, something like that. All right. You can use an emulator. There's a lot of great ones available. You'd settle for dependently wealthy. Well, dependently wealthy would mean that I'm getting a paycheck. Yeah, I think you're right. I'd settle at least for that right now. But yeah, emulator would be great. LSL 6 is the last one for DOS, then 7 is for Windows. 6 actually is Windows or DOS. Just like Space Quest 6, there is a Windows executable and a DOS executable. In fact, I played the Windows executable version of Space Quest 6 on the Windows 98 PC because it was there. And 7 was the first for 95, yeah. The ones that had DOS and Windows usually were for Windows 3.1, and they didn't do very many for that one. That era was pretty short time frame, maybe a year or two, and then it was Windows 95 time. And everything changed under Windows 95 because when DirectX was released, everything started to shift into Windows. I think what was the last officially released big DOS title was like 97 or 98. I mean, that's actually really late. I don't even remember what title it was. LSL 6 is like GK1, and then it had there's an SVGA version for Windows. That's right. You're right, Interplastic. I remember. In fact, I think that was how I played GK1, now that you mention it, because I did play it in Windows 98 when we streamed it. I enjoyed Gabriel Knight 1 to a degree. I loved the voice acting, the story. I had a hard time with the puzzles. I don't know what it was about that game, but it really broke my brain. I'm going to get this started, and we're going to have to run ads. Well, this loads. I'll do this. We have to answer questions. Hey, and IGN 8 o'clock, or 8th clock, 8th lock. I'll get it out here in just a moment. How you doing? We're enjoying a little theme song at the moment. Ah, civilization. Real palm trees. You really don't want them, I promise you. They're annoying as can be. They make such a mess. All right. Welcome to Leisure Suit Larry3, Passionate Patti in pursuit of the Pulsating Pectorals. I might be over 25. Let's see, to prove that I am at least 25 years old, we're going to answer these 5 very important questions. Ronald Reagan was never a sportscaster, professional football player, governor, or napper. Well, I mean, he was a napper, I'm sure, but I don't think that's the answer. I guess Mason-Dixon line is Raccoon. You don't know that? Yes, it is. That's the first one I've gotten wrong in this entire series. Yeah, 7 might have had DOS as well. Let's see. Mason-Dixon line is a betting spread, geometry problem, a surveying boundary, or a type of fishing gear. Well, it's a surveying boundary. Bet many people here didn't know that. Muhammad Ali was also known for his skill as a poet. He kind of was. Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. I mean, missing the draft. Yeah, he was a conscientious objector. And then you had boxing. So I guess this is going to be an all of the above. It was in that weird transition period where our game sometimes included executables for both. Yeah, Space Quest 6. Yeah, Space Quest 6 and Gabriel Knight 1, the first one. Which of the following is not a Woody Allen film? Believe it or not, I'm not really that familiar with Woody Allen's work, so I'm probably going to get this one wrong. They're always weird questions, aren't they, Emmy Cat? I know Annie Hall is. I'm not sure about. I think Annie Hall in Manhattan. I'm not sure about Exteriors or Bananas. We've got two. You're thinking the same thing, A or D. I don't know. Which one's right? I want to say D. I want to say Bananas is actually a movie he did. You say A? Yay! Bananas was a movie he did. Okay. Oh no, a German guy you don't know told you were bad at English, a guy that never read English of me before, and just because you called a guy who was interviewing a person on television moderator a false friend, because in German that's not the word. Instead of host. Don't take it personally, Monafe, because I'll tell you a little secret. Anybody who speaks English, including the native speakers like myself, we're all really bad at English. Just ask any Brit. We all suck at English. In German, that is the word. Oh. You say moderator if that helps. I mean, and someone doing an interviewer is a moderator. Yeah. I mean, or listen to any Southern. Hey, what's that you're saying, Dark Max? Are you trying to say something? Because I feel like you're trying to point out something. British English is so bad when you go to different counties. I know, Craig. The bird is the word. Hey, you goonie. Let's see. People discussing arms control are involved in the prosthetics industry. That's a good one. Mitigating the destructiveness of war. Preparing for short arms inspection. Practicing cheerleading. Hey, arms control for cheerleading. No, I'm just kidding. It's for mitigating destructiveness of war. I think moderator is not wrong. No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you're moderating a conversation. Let's just put it that way. You're moderating a conversation. I guess it depends on the show type. If it's a serious discussion panel, you could use moderator. Yeah, exactly. Especially if it's multiple people involved. Texans are just as bad as Georgians with the dialect. But it's a different accent. It's not
incoming ads for you non-subscribers.
It gets to be a little bit, I think, like some of the different British accents. They kind of float around, and unless you're raised in that area or just surrounded by it on a regular basis, you don't always recognize the difference. British English ain't so bad. It's those interesting dialects, though, that should be outlawed. Host is more casual talk shows and the like. Host or that's usually on the TV. The guy would be called host. Yeah. Oh my, how lewd. It's moderate. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Moderator is technically a correct way to say it. It's not the ideal name for it, but it's not wrong. It would just be unusual. Like if you went to if you came here and said, "Hey, I saw that moderator giving that interview," people would be like, "Well, I understand what you mean, but what?" They wouldn't have thought of it that way. Presenter is another one. Yeah, that would be another rare name for him, but it's same thing. It was an interview of a German politician. You can't. Yeah. But it really doesn't matter. People will understand. That's what matters the most, Monafe. Let me put it this way: if I went to Germany, and I don't even know how to say it. Like if I was like, "Where's the bathroom?" and I tried to say it the best German I could by flipping through a book and piecing words together, I'd probably get a similar response, and I'd be even a little self-conscious about asking. But at the same time, because I don't speak the language. But at the same time, if the person understands what I'm saying, they can make fun of me for it. But hey, I'm doing better than I otherwise would have. Oh, final. I know who you're talking about. I bet. Just by that description. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I forget their name, but I know who you're talking about. Saw the Guardian do a report on the wonderful disruption of said interview. Yeah, I don't want to dig into it, but I will put put this little piece of info on there. It drives me nuts that the idea of those types of interviews, the person feels like they have to be combative and mean. There was something I saw the other day that really kind of pointed this out, and it's a great way to think about it. And I've been saying something similar for years. If somebody's just yelling and screaming and talking hate all the time, you have no reason to trust them or have any faith in their honesty because they likely don't have any. And even if they do, they're volatile. You really don't want anything to do with them. But they actually leveled it as a way of saying an emotional intelligence. Yep. That's my thoughts on it. How can you identify with dirty minds? Mark the joke, not safe for work. Oh, how can you identify those with dirty minds? Mark the joke, NSFW, Larry. Almost Blackbird Twitch. Today you can just pull out phone to translate though. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so you're right. It's getting to a point now where it's kind of like the way they tried to explain why Star Trek, they can just run into a race they've never met before and suddenly they can communicate. Their computer is, able to do the translation and figure it out for them. Even though they never met them, they could figure it out. It's just so fast and so powerful. We're kind of getting to a point where we're sort of reaching that. You could hold up a computer and just or a phone and let it listen and caption it for whatever language you want. It may not be 100% accurate in terms of what is picked up, but you might be able to work out what they were asking or saying. It was just a bus playing loud music. Oh yeah, good. You didn't want to. No. You're fine. Yeah, I get it. They are using AI to translate whales and dolphins. You're right. We're gonna retail. You've seen some funny translations. Hey, let me put it this way. Working in call centers, I had when we first started doing the auto transcriptions on calls that were recorded. I remember pulling it up and checking, just kind of getting familiar with the software. This was like 5-6 years ago. And at one point, it claimed the agent said, "Diapers the baby's ass." I kid you not. Absolutely. And that was not even close to what the agent said on the phone, the employee said on the phone. But that's exactly how it transcribed it in those words. It diapers the baby's ass. I'm like, all right. All right. I think we got a ways to go before the transcription actually starts to make sense. All right. Ads are kicking in here about 5 seconds. I'm going to take a very brief break and we'll be right back. And then we're going to get into this maze. So please don't go anywhere. I promise the game's coming in just a few minutes.
Greetings and salutations.
All right. You know what else drives you nuts? A steering wheel attached to your... Let's see. What else do we have here? We've had... Oh, hey, Yuli. How you doing, Yuli? Good to see you there. Let's see. You always turn on CC when you want a good chuckle. I use closed captioning quite frequently on YouTube myself. Before proceeding, make sure the baby's ass is well diapered. Yeah, exactly. YouTube subtitles are a good example for what we can do today and what we can't. In fact, I actually enabled, I don't know if it's working because I haven't tested it. I keep meaning to. But I actually enabled closed caption on my channel according to OBS, but it's not working. Doesn't appear to be. It says not available for this content. So I guess I need to go back to the drawing board on it. I didn't do something right. So I have to come back to that later. But it's supposed to be on. It's supposed to be on. It does mix language, but it has weird blind spots where certain words just disappear. Obviously, no understanding. Yeah. Oh, and you're not talking swear words. Hey, Sierra. Welcome in. Greetings, ensigns. Number one speaking leans on the chair when flashing a manly smile. That's some funny stuff. It put on lawn care videos, just something on the other screen when you don't have other things to watch. You watch those too, Wolf? So I've watched those every now and then, like the ones where they go and do serious yard restoration. Somebody hadn't cleaned, taken care of their yard in like 20 years. The place is overgrown. When he is trimming, it says music. Yeah, it does the same thing. I've watched a lot of car repair videos and other videos, and they'll be painting or something with like a spray gun, and it's just like white noise. They're just spraying from a spray gun or maybe an electric drill or something, and it says applause or music. Let's see. Doing okay. Lots of retro-related posts on social media. Oh, dubstep. All right. Anyway, so when we finished last week, we were in the midst of the maze. Patti's looking for Larry in all the wrong places, and I'm not sure my maze is 100% accurate. I'm pretty sure it's mostly accurate. Like I'd say 95%. Je ne sais quoi. How are you doing? Welcome in. Are we going to be blessed with a Harvester playthrough this Halloween? I have played Harvester. My wife hates it. She hated that game. But honestly, I think that was one of the best adventure games I've ever played. And I don't mean that from the content perspective, because the content itself is just twisted beyond belief. But I loved the puzzles. I loved what they were trying to do with the story. I thought the story was actually pretty good. But the actual, the creepy parts of it was just, oh my God. It was a bit over the top. The dialogue and all of that stuff was fantastic. All right. Harvester's not a good game, but it's a great experience. You don't think it's a good game? I think it was a great game. Harvester Phantasmagoria would be played for Halloween. Should be played for Halloween. I haven't played Phantasmagoria. I don't think I've ever played that one. I don't remember it. But I did play Harvester 3 years ago. I believe it was 3 years ago, 3 Halloweens ago. So 3.5 years ago, coming up on 4 years. It's a wild game. You love hearing people who've experienced it. Yeah, it was great. I made a big mistake. It's worth another playthrough for me, but but I made a big mistake when I played it because it has a lot of like very short video sequences. And I was playing it on my Pentium 2, which goes through a capture card. And because the capture card can't respond as quick as a CRT could to changing resolutions, it was not unusual for it to play a 3 or 4 second video clip and miss 2 or 3 seconds of that video clip because it was in transition of adjusting to the new the resolution size of the video, which was smaller than the gameplay size. I think it was 180p or something like that, and then the gameplay was 480p. So it was constantly switching between the two. So I'm tempted to play it again, but do it in either DOSBox or if ScumVM supports it, something like that. You exclusively know Harvester by reputation. It is demented. You have Harvester on GOG, but never played it. It's probably the first good thing you've heard about it. Really? Well, like I said, the game itself, the puzzles are really good. The dialogue, if you approach a game, first of all, you got to approach a game like that with the idea that it's going to be campy and dumb. And because this was a game that was meant to be serious, like they were trying to send a message about violence and drugs and stuff like that at video games and, satanic messages and whatnot. It was done by a group that was trying to send a message about how bad video games were. In the US, this was during a time when there were a lot of efforts to shut them down because games like Doom were being seen as, written by the devil and things like that. It was just really, really kind of tacky. But And yes, those groups still exist. They've just moved on to other stuff. Politics mostly. But anyway, so they, you know, in any case, it's one of those, you can't approach it with a serious tone. You really can't. You watch the game Grumps play Harvester, they were lukewarm at first, but once the game's core theme popped up, they laughed all the way through it. Yeah, exactly. It can become a great comedy. It really can. The infamous Night Trap hearings. Yeah, well, Night Trap was a little bit before Harvester, like maybe a couple of years. But you know, it was stuff like Doom. It was Night Trap. It was oh man, what all was it that came out? I mean, Mortal Kombat and Night Trap were the two most famous for wanting to get legislation on the books to ban certain games, which GTA didn't come out for a while. I think that was, 95, 96, but that was part of it. And then GTA 3 again in around 2003 or whatever when that came out. That was another one of those games that got hit hard as well. Always heard it was the opposite, and its tone and campiness seems to suggest that, yeah. It came out too late after the debate had kind of died down. Mortal Kombat, yeah, that's the one that got the ratings board started. Yeah, I think you're right. That was the hearings that got ratings board started. Night Trap and Mortal Kombat were the two, which was really funny because Night Trap is really not that bad. Like, it's literally just an FMV, and the only thing anybody can complain about is that it's creepy in the sense that it's security cameras in a house full of girls. Now, the girls are always clothed. It's not like there's anything creepy about that. But the whole idea is that you're basically a movie director kind of thing where you're watching the footage of these girls who are being stalked by, various entities, and you're trying to help them and save them. So I guess depending on how you want to approach it, I don't know. Stupid stuff. Yeah, Night Trap is very tame. And technically Mortal Kombat I get. I mean, the whole, decapitations and whatnot, I could see where they were coming from. But seriously, if you don't like it, don't play it, They tried to say the game was your goal was to kill the girls rather than save them. Yeah, that's right. You're right, actually. Yeah. No, you're fine, Armiker. It held because of the 3 words kill the girls, which it was not the context of that. Your sentence was fine. It was just, most of their complaints about Night Trap were either fictional or completely backwards, which is true for most of it. Yeah, most of it was misinformation. They tried to say the game was your goal was to kill the girls and save them. Just, yeah, it could be just desensitized. Yeah. Yeah, it is very laughable, isn't it? All right. Anyway, so what I want to do is I want to verify my map real quick because there's a section I'm not sure I've mapped out properly. It's in the northwestern corner. Here, let me show you my map. So I just kind of roughly sketched out this map last week. And this section up here isn't lining up to the top. As you can tell, it actually is a square, right? Yeah, it's just a very basic simple map, Interplastic. I appreciate that, though. So, yeah, I'm thinking either Larry is up in this corner somewhere and I've either missed the entrance or I haven't completely properly mapped it out. So that's what I'm going to focus on, is getting up there and doing that again. The 90s were as close to world peace as we ever got. Yeah, they didn't have anything to complain about at the time, so they would pick on that. It's ironic because MK caused the ratings board to be formed, but it also caused Nintendo to stop being so uptight over censorship due to sales numbers. Yeah, and they were doing the same thing for album covers too, and I snagged a couple of albums on CD as soon as they came out because they were offering. Well, one of them was out beforehand. It was Ritual de lo Habitual by Jane's Addiction, and they were going to censor that cover because they were afraid that it was offensive. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I've seen quite a few record covers from the 70s, particularly R&B stuff, And while definitely not violent, nor was the Ritual de lo Habitual album cover was not violent by any means. It was literally statues. Let's just say that those covers could be quite risque. And nobody ever complained about those. I did Great Daft. It's unfortunate to say the least. But he lived a great life, man. He lived a great life. Speaking of, did I ever enter the club yet? Not yet, because I got to get through this maze, apparently. This LSL3 session's for him. The Scorpions, oh, you know, I gotta see that cover. I don't remember off the top of my head what it was. Let's see. So that one. We need to go north. And then west. Should be a dead end. Yep, dead end. And then we're going to go west 1 to a dead end. Just so you know of the alternative way of getting past the bouncer. I don't. But don't tell me anything. I've never played this game, so... Oh, yeah, you mean the club. Wait a minute, you're talking about the nightclub. Talking about the nightclub. I did. I went in and danced and, you know. Yeah, so I did make it past that bound. The host. Now we gotta go left. And then we're gonna go north 1 on the next scene. I'll catch up with chat messages in a second. I don't want to lose track of where I am. So there's a left turn here. This is where we're going to turn left, go 2. This I'm sure is accurate because it's lining up on the edges with the rest of the map. And then one more is a right turn only, well, going north only. But I am curious about the alternate weight. I'll have to take a look at that here in a moment. Let me see if I'm right. So now then, and then we can either go right, which is not what I want to do. I'm going to go north, and there should be 2. And this is where I think something isn't right. So then there's this one. Is there a left turn there? No, it can't be a left turn there according to the way this map works. So north only. This will be a dead end if I'm correct. Nope, there is one more. Now that's the dead end. Okay. Like there wouldn't be a nice little cocktail lounge hidden out in this godforsaken mess, would there? And this is the dead end, I think. There's no other way to get out. So hard to pay. Yeah, Patti ain't looking so good, is she? That's all right. I got my bottle of water, wine. I mean, you know. That album cover is pretty much what. Oh my God, really? I'm gonna have to take a look at that one. It's been a while since I've seen theirs. Recently learned about the cover of Nintendo Power with a character that was supposedly Simon Belmont, who was holding the decapitated head of Dracula. That apparently sparked controversy from the concerned moms of America or something. Like, I have to know the names of these groups. Like one of those where you can get why they censored it. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Beatles did the same thing. You know, the Beatles Yesterday and Today album cover. Here, hang on a second. You guys want to see something crazy? Some of you may have already seen this, but this was for the longest time. If you had a copy of this album without the new sticker pasted over the cover, then if you well, yeah, what was I going to say? If you had the original album in like flawless shape without the new cover stuck over it, it was worth tens of thousands of dollars potentially. There was also, sorry Raccoon, I'm doing both. Also Castlevania game. I'm going to allow it, but Jap is generally not considered kosher, because it could be it could be treated as a slur. So you might not want to use that. But yeah, this album cover. In the US, the Beatles albums were all re-released under Capitol with only 10 songs or 12 songs. I don't remember exactly. I think it was 12 songs. And 14 outside of the US. So they recompiled them here for more money. Basically, that was what Capitol was doing. That's no secret. That's not a conspiracy. It's well known. But this was the original cover. And it only lasted for a few weeks. And it got so much backlash that they yanked it. And instead of throwing them away, they just stuck a sticker over the existing inventory and then shipped them back out to the record stores. So most people that got this cover actually have the cover underneath with the current known album cover, and then this one. It's a nasty cover. I see it's a nasty cover. Did I miss a message, Mr. Caretaker? Oh, it's nasty, that cover. Yeah, you're talking about this one, right? And it's not, I mean, by today's standards, this is literally not that bad, but it definitely raised some hackles back in '66. It's kind of funny. There was also a Castlevania game on the SNES that had a few sprites altered from the Japanese version. They had changed the tombstone, featuring a cross to something else, yeah. The juxtaposition's pretty grim. Are you talking about? I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Caretaker. What are you trying to say? I maybe just, it might have gone over my head. Green Jello before they changed the name. I did. I wanted that one. I have that album, Great Daft. I do have that album. I think mine, they put the 2 dots over the O. I think mine had the 2 dots over the O, but I remember buying that because number one, the Little Piggy song is hilarious. But that was the one that I didn't I don't think that's the one I managed to get an original cover before. Yeah. Just got here to see, we were talking about records. You have an original MC5 with John Sinclair liner notes. Oh, interesting. Meat and Babies, yeah, Chelnav, exactly. But that was referred to as the butcher cover. And at one point was the most expensive used record at auction ever. I forget how much this sold for at one point, like $100,000 some odd dollars. That was some over 20 years ago. I don't know what it is now. And it may not be the most expensive used album today. Yeah, something like that. If it wasn't for the fact my CDs are in the bedroom and Coffee's in there watching a TV show, I'd go in and snag it because I actually pulled it out, I don't know, 6 months ago or so, the Green Jello album. I can't remember if it was Jello, Jello, or if it was J. I don't know what the dots or what would make it be called, but I think they changed it to where they had the dots over the O's, and I think that's what's on my cover. But like you did there, Formate, with the today. Sorry, I'm terrible when it comes to that kind of stuff. So, okay. So, coming back. The only place that she would be able to make a turn would be right around here. And it's also possible it very well might have been interplastic. I don't really know what the intent was. Yeah, I don't know what the intent was with the cover, but it very well could have been an anti-Vietnam message. So there's a possibility that I could go north here. It looks like... Oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness, I think I figured out my mistake. Okay. So that to there. Then we go north one. Maybe I don't know what my mistake was. Yep. I see my mistake. What the hell? How is that possible? She can't go left, and is this a dead end? Yeah, it is a dead end. Okay, well, there's still another problem. There's another location, because other than this one spot, and I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at here. I made correction to my map. There is an opening there for a node. We just hit that dead end there, so I'm going to go all the way across here and see if maybe there is another line that can come here. Maybe hidden. So I think that's... I still don't know what I need to do with this frickin' maze, so I might be just wasting my time here. In fact, I'm gonna have to reload because there's no way she's gonna make it there. Okay, best way to get there... North. There you go. She keeps getting hung on the bamboo. I'm gonna go right. Until it's a dead end. And then we have to turn left or go north, which is here. Does it not help that the paths blend? Yeah, and that's the other part, is that it's hard to see some of the paths, but mapping this out has made it very easy for me to know where those paths are. Because if I stuck this on a piece of gridded paper, you could see exactly where every turn was. You need to go right from here. And then we just go north until we get a dead end. Alright, and keep going north. There's a left turn there, but I think this should be the dead end on the next one. Yeah. This is how they made the games last, yeah. I mean, maze, this isn't too bad of a maze. I mean, compared to most Sierra mazes, this could be truly awful. but it's not. It's actually gridded out. It's not randomized, which unfortunately is the way some of them are. Oh, really, Armiker? I think somebody mentioned something about another maze. And then drink water on the next one. Okay. And see, this is right. So there is one node just past this location she's facing, and I can't get to it. I've been to all 3 dead ends, and it's the only spot. We're right there on that node. That is the only spot that has not been mapped that is a grid point, if you can see that. And that makes me wonder, I must have missed something somewhere. Or am I sure I know what I'm doing here? I have no idea what I'm doing here. Yeah, unironic. Hey, Mar, how you doing? Good evening. Unironic adventure game maze like this in 1989 game is pretty sketchy. Still stuck in this maze? Looks tricky. Well, I am still stuck in this maze. As far as tricky, the thing that's tricky is I don't know how to find Larry, but it is fully mapped out except for one node. That's it. Okay. Better climb down. You better not. You might rip your dress. So very sad we never got an LSL 8. Oh my god. A raccoon. Oh my stars. Okay. I don't know where to go next because looking at this map, we've explored every node. There was only 3 nodes that I could go to that could potentially lead me to that one unmapped spot. That's what they said they were going to call it. I don't doubt it. Al Lowe is disgusting. That was the title they teased after 7. Oh, that figures. That's funny, though. I'll give him credit. I don't know what to do. I feel kind of stuck now because I don't know where else to go. There's a Uranus joke in E.T. It's been so long since I've seen E.T. I can't remember. But that sounds familiar. All right. I'm certainly not getting any insight with looking at the actual maze. Like, I'm not seeing a hint built into it. They didn't try to spell anything. Bartender asks where you've been all these years. You answer aliens. You can answer aliens. Death Rays. 1976, the game attracted a great deal of controversy over the content of the game, which was centered around killing humanoid figures. Yeah, I think that's why zombies and robots became really popular in a lot of games. So, like, for example, Space Invaders were just, you know, weird-looking creatures. Or the game Centipede, which you're shooting, you're like a bug shooting centipedes and spiders and things like that as they're flying through the garden. I heard some rumbles that make Mystic yeah, or asteroids, yeah. Okay. I'm really at a loss here. I'm gonna check something over here. It is, isn't it? Form 8. I used to love playing asteroids in the arcades. Heh heh heh. Hello, sir, you say to the doorman. Could you give me some information about the show inside? The maitre d' responds, tonight's show is offered at the special low rate of only $25. Of course, with tax, that'll come to $42.95 exactly. Tax? Damn, that's some serious tax. Hey, Talvatin, how you doing? Charming games. You love the games played in the series. Actually, I'm enjoying the second and third one, but right now I'm genuinely stuck because I don't know how to deal with this maze. And I think that hint of saying, do you know what you're doing here is telling me I don't have what I need in this maze. But I don't know where to find it. Like, what am I looking for? Bribe included, exactly. Yes, it did, Raccoon. And if you don't pick him up when you leave...
That's right, you stupid son of a bitch!
Tuesday, I'm almost willing to do it, but I'm going to go and see if I can get some info from people. Maybe something... Oh, he's gone. Yeah, when you go to leave her apartment after Larry gets mad and leaves, well, he doesn't really get mad, he gets sad and he leaves. You have to get her to get dressed, and then if you don't pick up her stuff, apparently it soft locks you later on. How, I don't know, but that's a good question. That's a good question, Raccoon. I don't know what the penalty is. It gets cold. Still disappointed I couldn't go down to the casino and gamble. How things going with the music? Well, it's not bad. You know, still weird stuff. If you pick it up, it won't heal. Oh, if you pick it, it won't heal. Okay, good God. That's what that is. But yeah, it's going all right. I'm kind of stuck on one little piece that I've been wanting to figure out. I really wanted to add something more unique in the middle, and I'm kind of stumped on it. I haven't quite figured it out. Let's see. Did we have a good night tonight? Well, a few bucks is better than nothing. Maybe that's what it is. How much money does she have? I counted. Are you telling me I have $458 in my tip jar? Or is it just being snarky? Larry gets a lot of flack for being a loser, but he's managed to get into shape in record time with proper motivation. He's a gambling and improvisation genius, or defaults to cheating when the games are rigged against him. So he may, in fact, be some sort of weird savant. In a way, he is. He's just so slimy and disgusting. But you're right, Raccoon. He's actually a very lovable character in many ways. So I wonder if this is what I need to do. I need to get the money so that I can pay the $42.95 or whatever it was in order to get into Chippendales. And maybe whatever I'm looking for to get me through the maze is in Chippendales. Too bad his motivation is just women. Hey, you know what? There's far worse motivations. As long as... And, truth be told, so far I haven't really seen him mistreat women in this game. He may not necessarily treat them as good as they should be treated, but he doesn't really necessarily mistreats them. They do what they do of their own free will. Reminds you a bit of Michael Scott from The Office. The bamboo thing is definitely mean in this game for sure. You could always get into the nightclub using some other form of payment. I was kind of thinking that as an alternative. So what I'm going to do, we're going to save it. We'll see if we can see which one gives us the most points. Oh, crap. What? 27. At this point, he's been married once. I mean, I can take a wild guess. It's not yours to give. The maitre d' looks like he would be the life of the party. If the party was an Undertaker's convention. You read an article in The Economist recently how the big kill the profession of the professional gambler because as of 2026 on, they will only be able to deduct 90% of their gambling losses. Well, good. Never could. That doesn't make any sense that it would even be 100%, even 90%. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into that one before me. That is about nothing beautiful about that nonsense. It is much more fun watching someone else do a maze, right? Mentally numb. Married in the first game, and second, only divorced once. So how legal marriage is iffy. So he's technically married to Faith, I guess. There was a marriage ceremony in Leisure Suit Larry 1, but may have been fake. Yeah, I think I remember that. You're right, because it's been a couple of years since I played the first one, and I enjoyed the second and third one far more. And the first one just, I don't know. I liked it, but it wasn't as, yeah, it just wasn't as strong. Fake shotgun wedding. Boy, what luck. I just happen to have $43 in tips. All right, so, I mean, I knew that was going to be the case. So that gives us 24.98 is the points. So let's load again. 24.98. First one was not very polished as an adventure game. 2 and 3, yeah, I agree with you, Raccoon. The second one, I actually really, I didn't want to, but I really loved the second one. Story and puzzles wise, it was a lot of fun. The third one was really good, but not quite as good as the second one so far. I mean, I'm still really enjoying it though. You only played the first 2 games, so you don't know enough about the character. It's always possible though that the developer pulls an unreliable narrator, and you find out about his skeletons hidden in the closets. And he has run away from a former marriage, adopted a new name and a persona, and has been married to children. I don't think that ever happens. I don't believe that ever happens. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the expected way to get inside, and I kind of planned it. But I wrote down the score that I got for that. 24.98 would have been the points. I'm kind of curious to see if I can figure out the alternative way in. I'm a T-Pad. I'm a little T-Pad. How you doing? Welcome in. The 2 is your least favorite. I mean, fair enough. Everybody's got their own. And you know what? 2 might become my least favorite later on. I haven't played, I haven't finished 3 yet. And I've never played 4 through 6. So we'll see. Well, 5 and 6 because there is no 4. Your favorite is 4, obviously. You're still looking for those sloppies, aren't you? Aha! Do I look like a fool? You can't make me leave my post that easily. Some of the EGA art in LSL2 is Chef's Kiss. The KGB agent. Oh, man. I really enjoyed that part of the story. I mean, I know where they want me to go with a raccoon. It's obvious what they want me to do here. How to get him to go, and I think I found part of it because I just offered him my key. So another streamer find the family friend parser input to trigger the scene. Really? There's a family-friendly way of doing that? Let's see. Try again. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, oh, I know where they want to go with this. When Sonneville was playing Colonel's Bequest, that must have been the most used word by a mile. Wait a minute. It's the dithering that does it for you. Yeah, the dithering in Colonel's Bequest really makes that game. He didn't really have to try too much. Come on, what is it that you want me to do here? What? Wait. What? Does that make sense to you? I don't understand what's going on here. What did I just do? Yeah, you... Okay, pretty much fun, eh? Better not. Let's see. I wonder if this is referring to something else. Because it was so high class before. Al Lowe has always put an emphasis on the Larry games were lewd. Yeah, they don't hide it. Fredericks, of course, gold. Come back to this. Hang on a second. Yeah, am I supposed to? I should be looking for Larry Skyfall, but problem is, I've mapped out the entire. I'll show you the map. I've mapped out the entire jungle completely. There's no question about it. It is square. It's absolutely like you would expect it, except there is one little node that I cannot get to right there, and I've confirmed it at the beginning of the stream here that I can't get to it. So my conclusion is that I'm missing something I need. In fact, if I type look, it even asks, are you sure you know what you're doing here? Which is pretty consistent with Sierra saying, hey, you know, there's something you might need to do. Not always, but they have a tendency to be decent about that kind of a clue. I was thinking maybe it would do it here, but I guess not. And now I can actually get in. Might be a soft lock. It's possible. I won't say it's not. However, I do beg in chat, just so you know, it's never a hint. If you recognize that I have soft locked myself in some way, I will never consider it a hint. I will never be upset or angry if you just simply say, hey, you've been soft locked. And that's all you have to say. At that point, I'll usually ask, what did I miss? You know, or where should I go back to, really, is the typical question I'll ask. Like, where should I go back to in order to try again? Because usually it's I've failed to pick up an item or drop an item or move something or whatever. Yeah, I kind of felt like I wasn't, but I didn't know. You could soft lock yourself. Yeah, you can. Apparently this one's soft lock hell, what some folks are saying. Okay, let's see. That's right, he won't take it.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah, there was a soft lock towel earlier if I gave it away. The hell are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Tuesday is absolutely right. If you don't very carefully look at certain things, it doesn't tell you that they're there and you can't see them on the screen, so it's very easy to miss the clothing. Yeah. I'm not sure how to use the items I have in my inventory in the jungle, but now that I know how to get into Chippendales, I figure, because I do have the money, I can get into Chippendales, so I go in and see what's going on in there. Maybe I get something that will help me in the maze. You can wear it in the wrong order? Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Wait. Won't let me do that. See, this is part of it. I look like a fool. You can't make me leave my post that easily. I keep doing that. Good dress. Yeah, it's always the same response, too. He's lying, though. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, but I don't usually do that. Let's see. Put bouncer in headlock. I'm sure you appreciate that. All right. Tell you what. Since I know the official way to get in there, and I'm drawing a blank on anything else I can possibly do to get him to. I know I'm on the right track. When we get back from these ads, wasn't too far off. Well, when we get back from the ads, we'll try a couple more things, and if I can't quite nail it, well, you can just tell me. We can move forward because this is more for fun at this point, not necessarily for the puzzle aspect. So. It's a very hands-on answer. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back after these commercials. right, welcome back, everybody. You like that background? I've had that one since I started streaming. I dug around for images and all kinds of stuff. I should find a way to give credit. I want to say I dug it out of a list of a bunch of other stuff that somebody had. And I always kind of liked that style, sort of retro wave grid kind of thing. It just looks good. Skyfall, yeah, give tips. Give tips. If you give him the tips, he'll give you an entry into the nightclub, which is exactly the correct way to do it, I believe. Reminds you of home. You're sad. Monafe, I understand. I saw that too. But one thing, and you know, you got to look at things like this sometimes when possible. You know, Ozzy's gone, but he's a legend. He is highly documented. His personality is infinite at this point with the recordings and videos and things like that that features him, the interviews, and of course the show. I mean, you know, the Osbournes doing the show for a while, the reality TV show. Sad day for music. Happy for bats. But he also lived far longer than I think even he thought he would have made it, given what all he went through. The grid was how the future looks like back in the 80s and early 90s. Yeah. You'll listen to Paranoid later. All right. Let's see. You know what, Raccoon? In an interview, he made a comment like that. He figured he would have been gone by that point. He didn't really give himself much left in the 80s. He figured he would be gone by, not too far after that. But he did. He lived average life span, really. Don't worry, at least Dick Van Dyke and Keith Richards can meet up at our funerals. Shoot, Dick Van Dyke, he'll give us all he'll be the last man standing. Him and Mel Brooks both. Keith Richards has been dead for like 40 years. He's just well preserved. Yeah. At this point, I seriously begin to wonder if Keith Richards is more like a Weekend at Bernie's kind of a scenario. No, he's not dead. Seriously. You don't mind me asking, the Leisure Suit Larry collection on GOG, removed from Steam, is a collection where you can choose classic or enhanced graphics. Chul, I'm not 100% sure about on GOG because I don't have it on GOG. I actually got this from the Sierra Greatest Hits and Misses CD that came out in the mid-90s. If they did what they did with the King's Quest collection, which also appears to have come from the Greatest Hits there that they did, the King's Quest collection, then yes. But I cannot say that as a fact. Yeah, and the same with King's Quest collection. It didn't say it the same way. But when I went and looked at the discs, it was the same stuff. I mean, they didn't take anything out. When they looked at Ozzy's blood, let me rephrase that. They found traces of blood inside Ozzy's drugs. Man, it's always been there. All right. Keith Richards is 9 years younger than your grandma. All right. So let's see. Don't you ever say the word boop again. Do I feel the leisure? Not yet, Morphix. Because we're not Larry right now. We're Patti. Ever play the game Shivers? No. That's another one of them that I haven't played that I want to play. Let's see. I have no idea what else I can do. Mick Jagger is still alive too. Will be 82 in 3 days. Wow. You like Chelnav's hand? Did I? Oh, I missed it. I don't see it. He snuck it in there so I can't see it. He's found a way to write messages in chat. Oh, here it is. I think you put your money where your mouth. Oh, I got it. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try it the literal way. I see the message. I'm not sure exactly. Let's see. Yeah, the mouth part. I mean, I've tried this. That didn't work. And you're saying that you're afraid that chat may moderate it, auto-mod it? Do you want to put it in there because I can see it anyway? If it'll come up and say allow or deny for me, and I can see the whole message. But if you want to go ahead and just tell me what is the Easter egg here, and we can move on from here because I don't want to spend all night. Euphemism's fine. I kind of figured that was where we were going. I mean, let's go straight to it. You know, I'm a little short of cash. Oh my god. But I do have an idea. Step over behind that rock there and I'll explain it to you. Huh? Oh! He gets a big smile on his face. What did the big bad... Oh, yeah. What did you think of that, you ask him? Walk this way. You think if I walk like that... Oh my god. The doorman mumbles something as you enter the club. Of course, you respond, come again? Oh, man. And you get no points for that. What a show, Andy. Slurps the bit at the end. How about that Dale? What's happening behind there in Megadolly? I don't have a clue. But you get no points for doing it that way. You can't believe they snuck that into the game. You haven't seen the scene where Larry goes into the gym yet, have you, Raccoon? There's a similar method of solving a puzzle. I'm not surprised. I guess we might as well, so we can get inside. You don't really want to go back in there. I do, actually. Okay. So we know the Easter egg, but I get 0 points for it. So... let's go ahead and get the message. That was the most exciting game of checkers that doorman had ever played. He was quite happy about it, too. What a nasty establishment this is. You love it. I think I better save it because... 28. Unlike you, the other people here are happy and enjoying themselves, not worried about finding their lover like you. I guess we might as well sit down. They do encourage you to get ahead in this game, yeah. Ladies and ladies, says the voiceover announcer, Chip and Dale is proud to present in person tonight for one show only. The first, the original, the greatest, the owner, Dale. No, that was in the other one, and I chose to make it as tame as possible. It just came out as dumb jokes. A smattering of applause. Right, Raccoon? They had to create whole new sprites. Did you ever say the word woo again? Ah. He's an aerobics instructor. Yes, exactly. He's here, walking through the audience.
Oh, yeah!
He looks exactly like a young Tom Jones. The women here are going wild. Ooh, there we go. The men look terminally bored. Say, beautiful, aren't you that fabulous babe who's entertaining over at the casino? Dale asks you. It's a privilege for me to even sit with you. Hello, handsome, you tell the male. My name is Patti, but you may call me Passionate. Between the doorman and Dale, Patti sure got over Larry fast, didn't she? And you may call me Dale. Oh, good God. That's about as 70s and like mid-80s as you can get. Isn't that awful? You stare deeply into his eyes. You see no signs of life. Will Riker, right? Chelna, I was thinking the same thing. And this is This Old House. They make a This Old House reference at the beginning of the game, Dick Danza. He's totally not your type. I don't think he's anybody's type. He just blends into the background. Shirt, really. Those apple pie cheeks. It's Hall & Oates. Back from lurking. Why are we watching Pixelated Home Improvement? He does look like Al, doesn't he? No, that's definitely not me. That hair's way too dark. Here we go. Might as well. But now I'm only interested in Larry. Larry Laugher. Marydale. I hope you find him, Patti. Heard about that bamboo forest being like a maze. I do know this. When all else fails, read the manual. It's Bob Seger. Yeah, right? What a vague clue. Working on his night moves. Okay. I don't remember anything. I remember something about the jungle in here, but I don't really remember too much. That's what I'm looking at now. Looking at the manual here, trying to make sense of it. Is the maze like copy protection? They've done a lot of different copy protections, like the pass number at the nightclub where not Patti, where Larry runs into the dancer. That was one of them. Let's see, Dale Carlsonian. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this moment. Hello, you look delicious. Isn't this guy also in the Doobie Brothers? He looks like everybody, doesn't he? Now, there is a song that starts off, follow the bouncing fruit, never, never, something wash, no, eat, none tonight, nectarines. No, that can't be it. Off the beaten trail is native to beautiful island. I'm always pleased. We should explore its lovely jungles. Here we go. But take warning, you silly stranger. There is much to be knowing about this island, and much to beware. Many have come to me for counsel, and have lived to take another foolish photograph. Of those who are not heeding my words, most are so much pig slop on the jungle floor. Young Judy escaped this doom. Lucky she be listened to me all these years. You can read about her in this issue also, Mon. I know, Cabron. Everybody's saying the same thing. It's the Oak Ridge Boys. It's the Doobie Brothers. It's Al from Home Improvement. It's Commander Riker. You love good old Dale because how random his inclusion seems to be. You even made the emote. Oh, that's hilarious. That is great, Purple Tentacle. Leisure Suit Dale. Okay, so here we go. In the jungle, a harmless vine is becoming a snake. A raucous poisonous lizard was 6 inches long. A harmless mud puddle may be deadly quicksand. You know, don't worry. They will. Now, I must tell you how easily you are getting lost in the dense jungle and bamboo forest. If you wander into the bamboo, it may be you never come out again. If this happens, I hope you picked lots of juicy none tonight nectarines to nourish you. Maybe you'll just fall off a big cliff and die. Always tell visitors about the unlucky traveler who was impaled upon. And this says continue on page 192. Well, there is no page 192 in this manual, so. Little Kenny Rogers. Yeah, the only reference to the bamboo forest is that. And there is a song that references None Tonight Nectarines, sponsored by the None Tonight Nectarine Advisory Board. Nectarines are on trees, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's see. But I just can't. I mean, might as well. Yeah, follow the bouncing fruit. That's the song, yeah. Get map. I've heard about that bamboo forest thing being like a maze. I do know this, when all else fails, read the manual. So, I think I've got what I need from this, but where the heck am I going to find the nectarines? In the jungle somewhere, I guess? Let's see. Patti, I'm no pathfinder, but I know this. The answer doesn't lie with anyone here in this village. Apparently it's in the manual. Don't ever say the word RTFM to me again. Yeah, you don't. I mean, I've got a bottle of water, and that's not a problem. I can get anywhere in the maze. I've completely mapped out the maze. That's not a problem. Problem is read the fucking manual. Enough about the manual, Dale. Hey, I was just answering the question, Arnie. I'll be quieter next time, Arnie. But mentally numb, that's what it means. He did Baby Beluga. Wait, what? Oh, Raffi, yeah, the hippie guitar player of the Songs for Children, yeah. Wait, what? All the sexiest men have beards. See the box cover? Oh, man. Well, Larry doesn't have a box cover. I mean, a beard. Oh, that's right. I don't even have the back of this. I couldn't find the back of the box, a picture of the back of the box. I don't have it. So there's only the front cover. I hate it when that happens, but every once in a while, that's just the way it is. That's a nice rhythm to his breathing. So something like E-E-N-N-N-W-N-E didn't work in the maze. E equals east. Well, I mean, it would, because it's literally just a maze. I mean, it's consistent. Like, I've got it pathed. That's not a problem. I just don't know. There's only one node that I haven't got to, and I'm not sure how to use my stuff. Al is on the back. Alright, let's see. Been so many years since you played this game, you can't even remember what the point of the maze was. Yeah, well, you know, Larry overheard Patti, I think it was on the phone, right, or something like that, and misunderstood what she was saying. He fell into despair and left, and then walked into the jungle, into the bamboo, and disappeared. And of course, she's distraught, so she wants to go find Larry. And when you go into the bamboo maze, it's just a maze. There's really no 70s R&B. Image looks like Al Lowe today with an obvious fake wig and beard. EGA for the win. I bet it's what he wished he looked like. Almost yacht rock like. It's like he visits Key Largo more than twice a year. You're referring to the song? Because I... That's a funny line if you offered us. You know, I was wondering. There's no time. Yeah, I did say give him a key. Give him key. And he responds to that. But I just can't. How much you want to bet Dale's actually gay? He's not. He's not really into women. Tisk tisk. He frowns. No way, Patti. I know your reputation as soon as you show me a clean bill. Oh my god. Whoa! That's funny. Hey, Ray. The pink is blinding, isn't it? Let's see. Riker 0.6.4 beta. Man has no chill. He's straight up like, nope. Would turn away no living woman. You're not wrong. Yeah, he doesn't want the literal burn. Exactly. Yeah, I don't see anything in the manual other than the recommendation of the nectarines, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how that would make... Oh, he picked up his pants, I guess. Now, I don't know if I'm missing something here, so... Such a weird perspective. Unless it's Minuet. That's true. He did have a thing about Minuet. Is that the same major D as in Leisure Suit Larry3? That's a good question. Where Minuet was his wife? I thought she was just the one where he went into that was the, what, like 1001010, whatever that one was. And the Binars triggered a program that locked him into the holodeck and kept him occupied. Wasn't that the one with Minuet? Like a jazz nightclub setting kind of a thing? Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry into wild camera angles. He married her in the fake hollow future. Oh man, I think I've forgotten that one. I have no idea what to do here, so let's see. Carefully examine the bamboo stalk closest to you. It looks exactly like every other bamboo stalk you've ever seen. Well, that doesn't do me any good. On that note, don't quit your day job. A hologram commenting on Riker's saxophone skills. Was it saxophone or trombone? Because he was always playing trombone. Sorry, I have a thing for those. Hey, Noodle, how you doing? It's an alien who read his mind and tricked him. He was 7 or so years in the future, and that he had a disease that made him forget the past. That he had a son. Oh, okay. It's all good, Arnie. It's all good. Trombone don't get no love. I need to rewatch that. I still need to finish rewatching TNG. It's been 20 years I watched the whole thing. Good episode, yeah. He told Picard to shut up. Here you go. Hopefully this kicks in. There's your sad trombone. And wrecked Worf. I vaguely remember that one. So if I go north one... Oh, wait. Let me leave for a moment. Let's save. Oh, wait a minute. It's keeping track of all the bamboo that I've looked at. Why? Is this why? Why is it doing this? Best Riker centered episode you recall is the one with the Pegasus ship, Pegasus ship, and the experimental cloak drive it had. Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, that one. What the heck am I supposed to do here? The Pegasus, Sean Connery. It didn't really cloak it, it just wasn't there anymore. It's like, you know, technically we don't have a cloaking device, so we're not violating the, you know, any treaties here, so, you know, it's alright. It's fine. I still have no idea what to do in this forest. Once you tasted it, you wouldn't want it. Really? No, Mystic.
Want a hint?
I think Armiker, yes. I haven't the slightest idea what I'm supposed to do here. So if you want to offer me a hint, that would be fine. I just, personally, just want to move this part on. Follow the bouncing nectarine. What bouncing nectarine? Bouncing nectarine. I have not seen any such thing. So the lyrics are the code. I mean, I saw that. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. Mystic, no. He says, I come over here anyway. It's what I do. Oh. Good God, I can't believe I didn't notice that. Holy crap. Every single syllable or word, well, every single word, pardon me, starts with either an E, N, W, or S. Yep, every single one of them. The old news cipher. So... Chemtree, you missed a lot of the LSL stream. Hey, give us a follow and make sure you don't miss it next time. We do, we're probably towards the end of Leisure Suit Larry3, but I'm going to be doing quite a few, well, more of the Leisure Suit Larry series over time. Next is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade when I finish it. So that's East. Another East. Can't go north here. That doesn't pan out. Unless there's a hidden path here. Nope. So that didn't work. All right, so starting, it says Follow the Bouncing Fruit is the name of the song. So going in here, there is no east. Oh, you get it out from a long time. Oh, I was going to say, I know you've been in my channel a few times, but that didn't mean that you were following. I'm sorry. You couldn't get past combat. It was a gatekeeper for you in Indiana Jones. Dick Danza, I consider that one of the few LucasArts games from the era that have soft locks in it. And technically, it's not really a soft lock because you can get past the combat in the castle. It's just near impossible. So the way you get past it is you don't fight. You have to pick up items and you can trade them to the guards. Yeah, it moved too fast for your eyes. Technically, I went west. See, let's look. So, we'll restore this. So, it's not east to get in. I'd have to drop off the cliff. So, that's west. And then it says, ever eat nectarines, which there is no east, so I can't go east. There's also a sucker punch cheat. Oh, I didn't know about that. Yeah, Fate of Atlantis is much better. But I ran into a scenario... I ran into a scenario myself where I forgot to pick up a painting in Dr. Jones's house at the beginning, and I couldn't get through the castle because I needed it. Last Crusade, you got stuck at the last puzzle, something about the penitent man kneeling. That one was tricky, but it is doable. It's not hard. You remember the sucker punch cheat? I didn't know about it when I played it. Okay. The buzzsaw blade always gotcha, yeah. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to load from here. We'll let him do his little dance. Reminds you of Dreamweb. Slip them off. All in one smooth movement. Hey Dale, you cry. These are for you. You shriek. They animated that. And it gave me points. But is that going to soft lock me later? Do I need those? Please tell me, because I'm not going to save it if it is. Okay. That's what he said, right? They're fine to lose. Oh, but perchance the stream, you say, pretty sure we need those. Uh-oh. It's a Leisure Suit Larry game. Why would you need those? Oh, okay, okay. You're in the jungle, go commando. Hey, was it you that threw that? You look lonely. Would you like a little company? Yeah. Just more points then. I got a whole point. Time for a bit. Oh, Monofe, thank you for being here. And I hope you had a good time. I hope you're feeling a little better in spirits. Get some sleep. And enjoy. Right back to Barry Gibb. That little dig. I'm Patti, but you can call me passionate. Okay, Patti. You had fun. I haven't seen George Lucas. Oh no, God, he looks like everybody. Let's see. Get the frown. Let's get the message. You finished this game with 4,000 and 4,000 points. It's not for the faint of heart. I can only imagine. Isn't that awful? Even a comment last time, you'd think he wouldn't want to. I know, really. It's like, I don't know if I want to touch those. You got some rubber gloves I can use to pick them up? Let's see. Just disappears. Okay, at least Quest for Glory games had a simple point scheme. Yeah, they kept them, most of them were pretty simple, like 500 points or, you know, whatever, 800 points, something simple, but I think he went nuts on the points on this just because he's how low. Alright, now then. All right, so we'll stand and exit. And the QFG scoring was all kinds of broken depending on what class you were. Really? I never had that much of a problem with it myself. 100 times number of game and series, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Raccoon, you're right. Yeah, I forgot. It was 100 points for the first one, 200 for the second, 300, and so on, yeah. Oh, you could miss a few things. But then again, I've played the first one in all the classes, and then when I streamed them, I didn't stream them with all the classes. I played through one class and left it at that. So I can't say I really know that. The first one though, I don't remember having a problem getting all the points. Okay, so here's the deal. Follow the bouncing fruit. Very first line, ever eat nectarines. Is it one of the Larry games that has a section where you can get lots of points for doing the same thing over and over, and then later they take them away again with a comment about how you weren't thinking? Oh, I did that in 2. We did that one in 2. The second one. I forget what it was I did, but there was something I could do and got a whole bunch of free points, and then they said, nope. That's not the first line of the song. Well, here, I'll show you. This is what I see. Maybe I missed it. I scrolled up a couple of times looking, but I couldn't find it. All right. So, follow the bouncing fruit. Follow the bouncing fruit. We'll go all the way to the top. Maybe I missed a line somewhere. If you follow the fruit, it has to start within because the only way to go is north. So this is the beginning right here. But where's never, never? I don't see it. See, here it is. Follow the bouncing fruit. And it says, ever eat nectarines. Yeah, it is. Wait a minute. 15. But this is page 14. So 14, this is the beginning. It says, ever eat nectarine, never, never. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. This is really confusing. Ever eat nectarines washed? No, eat, but never, never here. This is, what the heck? This is page 15. I can't. I mean, unfortunately, PDF, it's not letting me. It's just in line. But this is page 14, which 14 and then 15, right? So they'd be side by side. So if 14 was, oh, wait a minute. But that's still really confusing. Oh, I see. Never mind. I'm stupid. Yeah, okay. I got it. I'm a doofus.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers.
All right. So what I'm going to do, just to make this easier, we're going to go N. E N W N E N N W W S This is very confusing this way. I have a feeling I'm going to have the wrong directions. Okay, and that's the end of the song. There's the closing bar. So it was either one of the Sierra magazines or Quest Busters that made it a hint about that song. Okay, so what I did is I just wrote down the directions for each one. All right. So if we go, I'm going to see where this leads first. North, north, east, east. Oh. Then you can't go north there. And then there's no west after that. Oh, wait. North, north. Yeah, never mind. East, east, north, west, north, east, north, north. And then you can supposedly go west there? Interesting. South, north. I bet you it opens up a path doing it this way. So let's see. Either I wrote this down wrong. So we'll go north. North. You ever get those mazes in games that have you backtrack in order to unlock the true path? I think that's what this might be doing, because it's not going to follow the maze as I drew it out. There is a point where it breaks from the maze that I have mapped out. And then we go... north. And then we go west. You just mapped the maze out by hand. I mapped it out by hand too, and I still couldn't find him. West. And then supposedly north. Right here. And then we go east. It is kind of an obtuse hint, isn't it? Although Dale does tell you. Okay, I'm going to do one more north after this, and then we should break for a commercial. And then I've got 2 more lines, or 10 more directions to go through. All right, so we're going to pause right here. The next 2 are west-west, and it'll break from the map. Point!
Holy
Joey!
crap!
Hang on a second, we'll snooze these ads. Boink. Welcome in, Raiders. We'll give it another 5 minutes here, then we'll take that short break. Welcome in, Joey. I was given a link. Final, I don't know if you're still here or not. Do I have I don't think I have it. Welcome in, Joey. Welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody today?
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Yeah, see? Stupid ads. Hang on a second. Let's see. No. You had perfect timing. You know what? It is what it is. Sorry, I was looking. I found something. Is you're probably doing some C64 or Amiga or something like that tonight, if I'm not mistaken, right? Either way, I know you like to do Amiga stuff. I guess you've heard about the new Specky. We were talking about that earlier. Final Girl came in with something that was actually really cool. Hey, Fornado. Slasher STRM. It's good to see you. Wait, we didn't get a shout out for you. Let's see if we can get that done. The new one, yeah. So let's see. There is boom, there we go. Hang on. I'll find it. We'll put this back in the chat. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Have you seen this yet? It even comes with essentially a built-in C64, already loaded with games. Not that you necessarily need it, but it works. Apparently works with even the old hardware and software. Really, kind of a cool project. Twitch streamers need to learn to exit and raid on the bottom of the hour instead of the top to avoid circumstances. I'm not worried about that, Arnie. It's all right. That's why I like having snooze as an option for everything. Welcome in, everybody. So good for you to be here tonight. I hope you had a good stream. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Bitterman, and, well, we're currently playing, of all things, we're playing Leisure Suit Larry3. So I'll leave this up. And, in fact, I'll go ahead and wander through this while I chat. Everything seems fine. Yeah, no big deal. So now we need to go west. Oh, no, it broke from this. Did I not go north enough? I may have to start the maze over. Okay, here's the west-west. Maybe I missed it. But we're currently stuck in a maze. And found an obscure puzzle response. I think I must have missed a north. Where we're supposed to read a song out of the manual in order to figure out what directions to go in. Yeah, and then go south. Wait, go south and then go north and go west? Wait, it does break. How is that? Okay, that's a problem. MSX was better. I couldn't tell you which one was better. It's one that I've always wanted to do. When we first started talking about it, Final Girl was the one who showed me that link initially at the beginning of the stream. And she was really, really excited about it and said she'd already ordered one in purple, no less. But it's really kind of cool. You should watch the video and see what they do. It looks really good. Some of these walking, crawling animations for this maze. Well, I can get her to walk normally again. I just have to have her drink water. I'm just trying to avoid it. But I think I wrote down the maze directions incorrectly. I'm going to have to start over at the beginning of the song and make sure I wrote them down right. It's very confusing. Some while ago, you were given a choice, a C64, a 128D, MSX something, or an Amiga 500. You chose the Amiga. I've never owned or played on any of them. And as I said at the beginning of the stream, when the thing about Kickstarter was brought up, I badly wanted to get a Commodore 64 and play on it, but I mean, I was too young. It was mid-'80s. And I was just a kid, you know. I was like 12, 13 years old. I am sorry, I do need to take let these ads roll through, and I don't want anybody to miss anything going on in the game. So I'm going to pause it here for just a moment. Please forgive me the timing, of course, but yeah, we'll be right back in about 3 minutes. I promise. And again, be sure to go follow That Girl Joy. Absolutely lovely streamer of wonderful, wonderful content. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Greetings and salutations.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Like Game of Thrones?
What Game of
Ask?
Thrones?
Yes, Jimmy. Just like your Game of Thrones.
Welcome back, everybody. You can't see ads? Uh-oh. Well, I mean, that's okay. No ads is a good thing. Not everybody gets ads either. Sometimes it doesn't come through. I think it has to do with the number of people actually viewing them. Sometimes people don't even get three minutes worth of ads. I'll call that a good thing. Don't know about you guys. All right. Yeah, sometimes it's a region thing. Exactly. All right, got my pencil. Oops. Now then, I'm going to double check this. Very confusing. You've never had ads. Huh. Jeff Bezos needs that money. Venice isn't going to buy itself. Man, he's getting ragged as much as Katy Perry did for going up in space. Sorry, you have failed me. No, don't worry. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you something. There are 4 ways that you can always support a streamer. 2 of them financially. There's other ways too outside of Twitch, obviously, merch and donations and things like that. But within Twitch, there are 4 easy ways to support a streamer. I guess technically 5. One is to follow. Follow helps. But the other 4 ways, of course, subscribe or bits. Those 2 ways to support them. But the other 2 ways that don't cost you anything is just have the video up. Don't mute the actual stream itself. You don't click the speaker on the video if you just leave it up and hit mute on the tab. That's one way to help, because even the ads there will register and should give credit. Plus the views also matter to the streamer. And then the other way is to chat. That's probably the best way to do it, because they actually chat activity is really important on live streams. You're totally thrashing on ads, but neither of you is guilty. Hey, I don't like the ads either. In fact, the kiddo was complaining about them earlier. You don't know there's something weird there. There's an FPGA powered upgrade into the Speccy architecture, but the screenshots there look like they're from remakes for PC of original games. Interesting. Can you support me by shaving my head bald in solidarity? I mean, if you so choose, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're just really hot-natured and would prefer a cooler head. You're doing your part. G.I. Joe. Anyway, we would never chat. That'd expose that we watch streams like this, yeah. But that's why I said, there's the 2 other ways is just be there. Really, the easiest active way is to just be there. And that's one of the reasons why, and I'm going to say this because it's directly tied to it. It's one of the reasons why follows are anonymous. So if you follow the channel, it's not going to show up on screen. I don't call people out that follow because I do see the name and it's okay. I'm not going to say, hey, thank you, whoever, for the follow. And I'm not going to call people out who are not speaking in chat. I've seen streamers do that. That's creepy.
Someone in the bushes there.
And I also like it when people lurk. Noodle, thank you. Be careful. There's some poison ivy in there. Be sure to bring your cream and stuff. You're doing my part. Thank you for the 1 bit, Winter Slice. I appreciate that. MST, how you doing? All right. Man, this is so messed up in trying to figure out the way this works. So, oh, I see. Okay, follow the bouncing fruit. So north, east, north. No, Mystic, not now. I'm busy, very busy. West. Oh, I goofed, Mystic. Buddy, not right now, okay? You're going to make me lose my concentration. I need to concentrate right now. They write the syllables, they write the lyrics per syllable rather than the word, which, well, I'm used to reading that. I mean, that's not a problem for me. My problem is that the PDF file isn't displayed in 2 pages, right? So it's not like, opening a book. Instead, it's page 14, page 15, page 16, and so on. But as was mentioned, the songs are in the inner spine, so on the inside portion of the book, and they cross over, and I need to make sure that I get those in the right order, and I actually did screw up one that I just picked up on. So N, E-E-N. So that line is correct. West, N, or northeast. And then we go to 16 and 17, which is N. Oh, crap. See, this is okay. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what I did. I didn't read it in the proper order. Yeah, amazing, but extra fun on PDF, especially when they don't do it, because some of the PDFs they'll do they just scan the pages, like they'll scan the whole thing, and so you get both pages side by side, like you're looking at the book, right? You just open it up, but in this case, they're doing page by page. And it's a great scan, but man, it's making this part of the puzzle difficult to read. All right, so we know. Let's start over here. NN. Never, and then EEN. WN. NN. N. And then WWS. WWS. WW. N. WN. I think I missed one. Seemed to have come up with one. Oh, no, I didn't. I just couldn't count for whatever reasons. In any case. Okay, I think I got it now. Maybe. Okay, so we're going to go north. And then north. And then east. And then the next is north. Yeah, so we go north here. And then we go west. Not that we have a choice, but that is correct. So west and then north. And then east. Yeah, after the maze, save my game for sure. I don't want to do this again. I'm sick of this maze. It's taking the whole damn stream. Okay, all but 1 hour of the stream. We go north and then north again. And now north, and then we go west. Not yet, Reg. I wished. I'm sitting there hanging on my email for that, you know? Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I really do. And then we're going to go south. I what? What did I forget? Well, Armiger, what happened? What did I miss? What did I forget? Oh my goodness, what did I do? Hey, Base Reflux, how you doing? I will? Why is that, Armiger? What happened? Let's see if this is right since we're already here. I'm missing an item? What item? Other than what I threw at Dale. I didn't know I was missing an item. And then north, north, west, north. I'm just curious to see if this is right. If it soft locks me, okay, that's fine. Okay, only 3 more to go. So north and then west and north. And then this should be the end. This should be the last. You stumble out of the bamboo forest, you find yourself beside a beautiful stream. So that was the correct path. Okay. I've got my key. I wasn't missing anything. I didn't realize I was missing something. So we'll load from here. You're already beside a beautiful stream. So aside from the bottle of water and the tips jar, and of course her panties, she's got everything. There's a random item in the hotel that I need. Huh. Okay, well, we'll go take a look at the hotel real quick and see. It's looking rather unlikely you'll get the job if you haven't heard back from him that long. Stranger things have happened in this world. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm kind of already on the same page. Unfortunately, speaking of jobs, you had your meeting with your job coach this afternoon. He agreed would spruce up your resume to make it look more attractable, which you did and emailed to him for some constructive feedback. It's always good to have that, yeah. It's always a good thing. I was actually talking about it earlier. Apparently LinkedIn had reported that a rather substantial increase in the number of resumes have come up, and of course they're griping about AI-generated resumes. Which, of course, how are they going to locate that? I mean, of course, you could look at it as a person and say, maybe I can figure that out by looking at it and making wild guesses at stuff. But well, there's only like 3-4 rooms, I guess, in this. Let me take a look around and see if I can find it. Because I picked up the tip jar, right? They don't want AI resumes. They should stop doing AI interviews. Well, perchance to stream, my take on it is this. Writing a good resume is kind of a specialty, right? I mean, there are people who are just good at doing that kind of thing. And then there's some people like myself. I'm awful at marketing myself, which is essentially what I'm doing. So the idea that you have 2 choices. Traditionally, you went to somebody else, a friend or a family member or somebody like that. Hey, can you, or your boss, you know, or even a coworker if you know somebody who's good at it, and say, hey, can you help me out with this? Now, not everybody knows somebody who's any better at resume writing than you are. So a lot of people take advantage of those paid services. Aha, if we follow the money, guess where that means? That means most likely they're bitching and moaning because they're losing revenue. They're probably seeing the use of those services. Every single one of those sites, Indeed and Monster and LinkedIn, all of them have services that you can opt in and get people to look over your resume, and then you pay them for it. I bet you AI has absolutely killed that. And they're just mad. They're just mad that they are losing money on it. There's all these extra, like they said something like 45% increase in the number of resumes this time compared to this time last year, a rate of 11,000 per minute. I don't know if they do AI interviews. I'm sure that, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure they do. I haven't run into it myself. I've only talked to people so far, mostly face to face, but I've done at least 3 phone interviews with 3 different people, 3 different companies, that is, and 1 video conference interview, which was last Thursday, pardon me. Reminds you of Comic-Con Online. It showed someone using AI to make their email more elaborate. And then it showed the people receiving that email using AI to simplify it, right? Should you wax poetic and wistful for those long days of yore when you got a rejection in the mail 3 months after the job would have started? We've decided on somebody else. You don't say. It's been 3 months. Recently applied to a job in the evening, was then auto-rejected at 1:20 in the morning. Rolls eyes, yeah. Yeah, I can't say I've run into that, but I'm not surprised. Why would they use Skynet for the Matrix to write your resume? You'd be more bothered by bot-generated applications if not for all the bot-generated rejections. Not only that, but you know good and well they're using AI to write the job descriptions. You know good and well that they're using AI to review the resumes, either to confirm information is valid for their own position or not. I mean, it's stuff like that. It's ridiculous. It's a job coach is a better option. But like I said at the beginning, Reg, not everybody has access to one. And even then, your boss isn't always necessarily the best person for it. Hey, I was somebody's boss for years, and I suck at writing resumes. Just absolutely suck at it. Not to say that you can't get a good boss that does. It's just, it's a specialized task. You have to know what it is people are looking for. You have to understand, you have to really be aware of how people are going to receive the information you give them. You just did a new contract job, so glad to have a little more runway for now. Yeah. If the place takes more than a week to get back to you, I've moved on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even stopping. I'm still looking. It's not like that, you know. You have an occupational therapist who is helping you? Good, Drew Stew. That's good. She's quite good, you think? I was pleasantly surprised once when a place called you a week after. And you had to inform them, sorry, I've already been hired elsewhere. I mean, I would be happy to be able to do that. Honestly. So is this the puzzle where Patti needs to find some hidden sheet music, then plays it on the piano to get a key? Oops, wrong game. Hey, that's in so many Sierra games. You're self-employed, so you don't have to write a resume. It's good to have one. Either way. Actually, no. I would, I don't like managing people. I don't like to be the boss, honestly. Actually, I'd been looking into moving into selling insurance, and I don't mean life insurance, but like homeowners insurance and car insurance and stuff. Not cold calls and hard sell, stuff like that, but just as a service. Also considered, even recently was talking with Coffee about realty. You were guessing that Mystic would be the manager. He's already the manager. And it's not so much that, Dick Danza. I mean, I haven't really a big problem with that. But my problem is that I have a tendency to, I guess, call it a fault. I mean, if you want, call it a fault. But I have a tendency to try to look for what is good in what somebody's done. Like, I'm not one to jump straight to well, you done screwed it up now. Time to go ahead and just can you get out kind of thing. And then come to find out that, say they missed 3 days because they ended up in the hospital. I can't tell you how many times I've literally had the same job that I was working in for over 17 years. We've had people who've been fired because they ended up in jail. I know, that sounds awful, but I mean, you think about it. Somebody ends up in jail for whatever reasons. It's not necessarily like the worst thing possible. It's not like they shot somebody or robbed somebody or whatever. But they could end up in jail for any number of reasons. For example, I've known people who have had their license pulled, their driver's license pulled, and didn't know it. Funny story I'll tell you shortly about somebody I went to college with that happened to. They get pulled over for rolling a stop sign or, God forbid, any other reason. The cop says that they've got a warrant out for their arrest simply because they never paid a parking ticket, so their driver's license got pulled. Haul them off to jail. If you get put in jail in the U.S., right to a speedy trial isn't quite the way it sounds. You could sit in that jail for 2 weeks before you get a hearing. And if for some reason you can't get your call, a lot of companies here, 3 days, no call, no show, you're gone. Like, it's over. You're just out of a job at that point. They'll call. There's no answer. There's no way to get in touch with you. They just fire you. Yeah. And that's just one random scenario. And the only reason I know that exists, and I'll tell you the story, because it's actually kind of a funny story. When I was in college, I had this guy, really super nice guy, grew up in a really poor area. He was kind of a Will Smith, kind of a Will Smith Fresh Prince of Bel-Air scenario. He grew up in Pittsburgh, and he wasn't necessarily dirt poor, but he wasn't exactly wealthy either. He was well below middle class for the early 90s, and he was really smart. He was very talented. He also played trombone. He was extremely talented, which was how he ended up in college, because he ended up with a scholarship, which got him there, which was awesome. But he's a really nice guy. Nobody had a problem with him. He got along with everybody. So one year, he didn't show up when school year started. And we're like, where's Travis? What happened to Travis? A couple of weeks goes by and they're like, hey, have you seen Travis? Band director didn't know anything about it, didn't know where he was. No, none of the teachers knew. And then about, a month later, he walks in and he says, he's got a cane and he's walking with a cane. Dude's like 6'4". He was really tall, really skinny guy. And, sorry, Mystic's being nuts. So, go on, Mystic. So, anyway, so I was like, Travis, what happened to you? He says, you won't believe this. He says, I got run over. Pardon me. Oh, thank you. He goes, you won't believe this. I got run over. And I said, what? And he says, yeah. He says, I got hit crossing a crosswalk in Pittsburgh, downtown Pittsburgh. And it put me in a coma. And I was in a coma for like several weeks. So, fast forward a couple of weeks later, he calls me up and he says, hey, have you got that music we're supposed to be working on? And I said, yeah, come on over and pick it up. So he was on the other side of town. And he shows up, 20, 30 minutes later. And I give him the music. And then the next day I get a call from his girlfriend who he lived with. And she goes, have you seen Travis? I said, well, I gave him the music last night. So as far as I know, he went home. She's like, okay. The next day, he shows up in the band room. I said, what the hell is going on? What happened? And he says, I got pulled over last night. And I said, what? Okay. What'd you do? Try to outrun the cop? And he goes, no, I borrowed my girlfriend's car. And she drove an old Volkswagen Beetle, like early 70s model Volkswagen Beetle. Tall, 6'4" guy driving this Beetle. He's like this. But seriously, he says, in the town that the college was in was very well lit. Like there was a street light everywhere. You could drive through the town with no lights on the car in the middle of the night and not even notice it. And that's what happened. He didn't turn the headlights on because it didn't have dashboard lights, so he couldn't even see that the light was on the dashboard or not because the light wasn't working. So he gets pulled over by a cop because the cop says, "Oh, you know, it's a common thing. Sometimes somebody's drunk, they've had a little too much to drink or whatever, and you know, we check to make sure that they realize their headlights are not, you know, they need to turn their headlights on, and it's just kind of a way for us to make sure that they're okay, that they're sober." And he wasn't drunk. He hadn't drank. He hadn't been doing anything, you know. So he gets out of the car because he didn't have any signs of it when he came and picked up the music. And the cop took his license, went back, and he comes back and he says, "I need you to step out of the car." He says, "I've got some bad news for you." He says, "Are you aware that you're got a warrant out for your arrest?" And he says, "No." And he says, "Yeah, you got a speeding ticket that you never showed up for court for." He says, "I've never gotten a speeding ticket. I don't know what you're talking about." And he says, "Well," he says, "unfortunately, I have to take you in, judge. You'll have to see a judge, and they'll help you sort it out." Turned out that he got hit the day, got run over, I should say, the day he got that speeding ticket. The coma, he doesn't remember like 3 or 4 days or more around that time. Like there were a couple of days before the accident, and really up until the coma that he didn't remember. And so he never remembered getting the ticket. Well, when they cut his clothes off, because if you're unconscious, they don't just disrobe you. They just grab a pair of scissors and they feel your pockets, see if you got anything, and then they torch the rest. Like you don't get it back. So they burned his clothes, and the ticket was in his pocket. He ended up having to get an affidavit from the doctor, the facilitating doctor, the one that handled him while he was in the hospital and in a coma, to verify and confirm, like write an affidavit and give it to the courts. It was the only way he could get out of paying the ticket. It's crazy. It's like, man, you had the worst luck. Absolutely worst luck. So it happens, right? You don't know. But I'll tell you, things like that have happened when I was working there. And you know what? Once they fire you, even if they just lay you off or fire you, once that paperwork's submitted, this is the way those companies will treat you. And this is what they did every single time. This isn't made up. This is the absolute truth. You have to go through the hiring process again. Like, they might skip the interview part, but they would have to go through filling out the paperwork. But if they've closed the position and there's no position open, you're just out of luck. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to go back. You're just out of luck. Sounds like standard Harold Butts situation for Phoenix Wright games. You know what, Armaker, what is it I'm missing? What room do I need to be in? You're lucky you didn't listen. It is a long story. I know I didn't tell it very well, but it's the truth. It was just such bullshit. It's the piano lounge. I mean, I did pick up the tip jar here. Oh my God, is it the marker? And let me show you why I noticed it. Look right here what's animated. Yeah. I didn't notice it last time, but when I walked in, I'm like, there's really nothing else in this nightclub that really stands out. What stands out? And at first I thought the sign, but just as I went to go look sign, I noticed the marker flashing. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you had an application at a job where somebody had the same name as you, but a different middle initial, they got turned away and assumed I was the same person, so I also got turned away. Oh my God, that sucks. They animated, but it's also very different. I mean, yeah, it's only like 5 pixels there. It's crazy. This is a common thing for me. I can believe it. I mean, I went in and got the tip jar before I started, before I went back, because I was thinking, well, where else is there money? And I'm trying to figure out where I could find money. And then I went, oh, that's a tip jar. I thought that was a drink. Only shows up after you control Patti, so you never see it as Larry, so you never think to look again. Look, yeah, I mean, because he didn't care about the sign before. The Ninth Circle of Hell gets a snow day. A Boer completes his training to get his pilot's license, and an Imperial Stormtrooper gets a headshot with a blaster. Hey, don't lie now. Don't lie about that last one. That never happens. Stormtrooper hasn't hit anything They haven't hit the broadside of a barn in their entire life. Yeah. I'm just going to overwrite 30. It doesn't really make any sense not to. All right. So I know this is correct. I'm going to follow this little path again. North. They only hit things that can't be damaged by fire. And an occasional droid. Not a critical one, just an occasional insignificant droid. You never was aware that a Larry had such a nice ass. He's also rather busty, if you haven't noticed. How you doing, Slash Life? His hair's gotten longer as well. One more north, and then 2 wests. Kind of curious to see if I can make it all the way through without drinking the water. I don't think I can. I think I'm going to die before I get there. In fact, we'll save. You're too pissed off to be drunk? Oh my goodness. To write court motions. What did you expect? Oh, jeez. Okay, she's not gonna make it. All right. I think I missed a turn somewhere, so I'm gonna do 32. You're too pissed to be pissed. Oh, I just realized it's quite obvious that she's very much more exposed here after visiting Dale. I kid you not, that was not quite as obvious. Amazon Guardians of Eden, I haven't yet. Yeah, I didn't think she was going to make it. Pretty big pixel there. Oh, wait. Drink waiter. What? Pity to Patti. Such care for craftsmanship. Hey, random beeping noise. Did you see the Larry scene in the locker room? That was pretty bad. If you like soft locks, get ready for Eden. Sadly, yes. I thought you did. All right. Save here, 33. Now I'm curious. Now that I know this is the correct path, I'm gonna see if this works out correctly on the map because I mapped this thoroughly. So, north, north, east, east, north, west, north, east, north, 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 west, west, south, west, west, north, north, west. Wow. Okay, hang on a second. All right. So yes, if you do not follow the correct path, I'm going to show you what happened here. All right. So I just followed the path on this map I made, right? As you can see, sorry, my hand is going to be very confusing. I just put a slash, a diagonal slash for all the ones that follow the maze that I drew out. And you get all the way up here. That's a dead end. I actually confirmed that at the beginning of the stream. But it makes you go across here. The last, like, 3 nodes makes you go west, or well, really 4 nodes. West, west, north, north, which is a node that I couldn't get to. And then west, and then north to go out the exit. Both were dead ends. So apparently if you don't follow that path precisely, you can't get out of it. So it's not luck. You can't just wander through there and just find it by mapping it. You actually have to follow the path in the book, in the manual. It's crazy. We'll point and click on stream for Game Boy Color called The Fish Files. Sounds vaguely familiar. I think somebody had actually saw somebody playing that at one point. You had no idea Game Boy Color had such a thing. It looks like Day of the Tentacle Maniac Mansion had a baby for Commodore 64. That's funny. Clear bamboo maze at last. You are standing beside a swift, cold mountain stream filled with beautiful, clear water. Drink water. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Oh, no! Thank you, Sierra. I love you too. Hey, KP! That story you told reminds you of the worst week ever for a tech. Short version, dishwasher dryer, and toaster oven all died the same day. Then you were going, oh, good God, all 3 of them? Going to call Hubs and tell him, but your phone battery blew up like a balloon? Oh my God, KP, that's awful. Coffee's like, I'm sorry, KP. Took it to a repair place for a battery replacement, then went home to find the internet wasn't working. I mean, it's like, you know what? You're down. We're going to kick you and kick you and kick you and kick you. Then the graphics card and the PC died, so you had... Are you sure you weren't having electrical problems at home? That sounds like you had some kind of serious problem with the electricity in the house. Or did you finally wake up from the nightmare? I mean, which happened? Which one was it? She had no way to call her, kind of what help. I don't blame you. I would have gone to work crying. Yeah, couldn't call in. Don't look at me like that. Tabbies are cute. Still remember who's the boss here. At least the car didn't break down. Thankfully you could say that, because I would have gone out of the car and looked at the key and been like, should I just go ahead and walk?
Tabby is very cute.
He's a cute boy. He's being obnoxious. Are you being obnoxious? Oh my goodness, the internet people cut your line while installing your neighbor's line? You find the stream's water remarkably refreshing without a trace of caffeine. There's a cute boy in the Discord too? Oh, that is... Oh my goodness, that last one? That is an adorable face. That one right there. That's adorable. Look at those sad eyes. Why are you not petting me? Why are you not petting me?
Look at that sweet face.
Oops. Oh, that was Wolf Soul. Yeah, that was Wolf Souls. I was gonna say, I thought that's right. That is a pretty kitty. Yeah, you can get it from there. Should be able to. He gets all the love. There's also, you can also get a Discord if you just look at the bottom in the About section. There's a, you can click the banner for it. Easier to click the banner if you want. That is an adorable kitty cat. Really adorable. Those are some furry feet. I bet, is it a he or a she? I bet they slide around on tile floor like crazy, don't they? Yeah, Mystic does, and his feet aren't quite that furry. They're furry. They're really furry. But this is like... There's more fur on the bottom of one paw than I've got on my whole head. Yeah, that happened the other day. You woke up to your alarm to cat puke on your phone. Oh my god, go to turn it off and slap handful. Oh my god. Then your phone goes to boot mode and won't turn on, so you grab your old phone, find out the time isn't in sync for even a clock. On the way to work, you get stung by a wasp in the eyebrow. You're allergic to wasps. Reach in your wallet for medication. No medication. You can't call work to tell them. Oh my god, what is it? Can we get a break in this world? You know, cats are good at being adorable. Yeah, it's how they survive in this world. Look at all them. Look at that fur. Your Twitch profile leaves emptied there. What? It's empty for you? Mute before I go to it. Your request for... So here's the video, right? This, you don't see this down here? Oh wait, oh, there it is. I'm sorry, it's not the banner. It's right below the about section, below the description. My bad. I think I had it as a banner at one point. There's no, like, you don't see about Biddleman right below the video? That's weird. But yeah, I apologize. I was wrong. It's not the banner. It's right there. When it rains, it pours. Indeed. But here, let me give you the, this is easiest. I should have thought of this earlier. There you go. That makes it a whole lot easier. Just click on that. Weird. That is strange. Either way. That's not a... Well, that or the link I just posted. I don't know why I didn't think about just grabbing it off the About myself and posting it. I need to change the commands and just add them individually. I've had people do Discord before, and yeah. Taking over my account again. I've had to fight them before over it. Oh, they're beside the text rather than under? I guess it also depends on what resolution it's at, what configuration. Probably gets pushed around. River beside you hurls itself over the edge, forming a spectacular waterfall and disappearing into the canyon below. Usually shaped rocks and plants, none of which help you. Do you like games? Yes. What if I don't? That's okay too. Do you like movies? Do you like music? Do you just like making up stuff and putting it in Discord? Because that works too. A dangerous cliff may be directly north of you. Maybe. Like, she doesn't know that. Monkey butt! Wow, I didn't see that before.
Look at the size of those knockers.
If she landed in the water, she'd float. Holiday snaps. Candid. Photography. Did I hear about the AI that panicked and deleted the entire database for a company? And then was sassy when asked why it deleted everything? I just didn't follow your rules. What? Oh my goodness. It will never help you, so, I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't. So I can, so we'll go. Wow. I don't want the world, I just want your half. You know, that sounds like the motto that's probably going around right now. As long as you like Mystic, all other questions are not really relevant. See, there you go. If you like cat pics, you're good. Especially cat pics of Mystic. Foxy Fox on Pet Channel. Ooh. Oh. Wow, what a fox! A fox and a bird? I was gonna say, I sense some AI here. Still pretty cool. Something doesn't set right with me in the pictures, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Other than the fact that the fox would go after the birds and the birds would stay away from the foxes. It's pining for the fjords. Anyone gave an AI parrot unchecked access to a DB, they deserve what comes to them. The bird is the word. Well, I'm not singing it. Fox, kit, and crow playing together in a bird bath in a heavy rain was the prompt. Oh, okay. Let's see, how the heck do I get down from here? I wouldn't trust this. That's for sure. I have one leg to the tip of the large rock. That's so stupid. Oh, sorry. The power of legs. I hope these are support hose. Wait, you lower yourself and experience not wholly unfamiliar to you over the sheer side of the canyon wall. Your full weight supported only by a pair of run-filled pantyhose. Oh my god. How you wished you'd changed to it. Oh, jeez. That's some seriously stretchy pantyhose. Yeah, but you should see the size of this cliff. Oh no, your pantyhose broke. Donk. You slowly recover from your near-tragic pantyhosing and try to remember why you were here. Ease not pining, ease passed on. The parrot is no more. He ceased to be ease expired. Oh my goodness. They don't make them like they used to. The power of eggs force from Apex, cleansing your soul. Of course, it's Larry you're seeking. You bring yourself back to your feet, ready to again resume your quest for the man of your dreams. Well, she landed on the pillows at least. Your three-point landing has left you upon a small ledge projecting from the face of the cliff. All around you are plants with unusually shaped leaves. All right. Pardon me. All right. I do hate to say it. I do need to call it a night for tonight. I finally got through the stupid maze. Way too long in this maze. The stream was rotten for content, I'll tell you, when it comes to getting through the game. From the side view, it looked like a Lemmings game, and it almost ended like those used to. Good to drop in. Yeah, that's exactly my point, my thoughts as well. Yeah. And I got 2,886 points at least. There we go. All right. I figure we'll probably finish this next week. Maybe? I don't know. We'll have to see. I will be back tomorrow, though, with Might and Magic 7. It is Coffee's birthday tomorrow, so you'll have to wish her a happy birthday. But she has gratefully allowed me to stream at least part of tomorrow morning, because she'll be asleep anyway. She's sleeping in. It's her birthday. So anyway, I may end a little early, but we'll see how she's feeling. She's going to let me know when she wants me to end if it's not the usual ending time. But I will be in tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern, with Might and Magic 7. Be back into Might and Magic 7. Actually really got a good start on that. I felt like that started out very well. So looking forward to playing some more of that. Well, it'd be an early birthday. Her birthday is literally tomorrow. So unless you're already in the future, in which case it'll be belated. Thank you very much. And that girl, Joey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. I hope you all had a great night. And yeah, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. It's a sad day for that. But go listen to an Ozzy tune. Go listen to some Black Sabbath. Whatever your favorite song is. From the future. The last possible time you wish. 64 days too late. Ah, I get you. All right. Let's see here. Let me change something here, and then we'll go ahead and end it. All right, here we go. You guys, thank you all for being here tonight. As per usual, we will not be raiding on Tuesday nights. So I'm just going to hit end. Say thank you all for being here. You guys are wonderful. I really appreciate it. If you haven't followed, be sure to hit follow. If you're on YouTube, be sure to hit subscribe so that you can catch and turn on the notifications so you can catch notifies when we go live. But until tomorrow, have a wonderful night. Be safe. And yeah, Good luck job hunting out there, everybody. Bye.